Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the meeting today. As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So, members, you are reminded that the recording of the webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs, except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privileges in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I remind members, if they have mobiles, please turn them on to silent. Should your phone ring during the meeting, you will be asked to pay a £20 donation to the Lord Mayor's charity. A finger buffet will be available in the banqueting suite when we break at approximately 16:45 till 17:15. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and other registrable interests relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Does anyone have any interest to declare on any of the other items on the agenda? Councillor Kumar? Thank you. Councillor Knowles?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I need to declare that I am a host under the Homes for Ukraine scheme.
Thank you, that's noted. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 1st of November 2022, having been circulated to each member of the Council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Agreed. Is that agreed? Agreed. Once again, I regret that I must begin my announcements with some sad news. Firstly, I must announce the death of former councillor, Honorary Alderman Margaret Wells, who passed away last month in North Tyneside Hospital. Margaret served as a councillor for Stockland Green Ward from May 1988 to May 2007, during which time she served on numerous committees, subcommittees and outside bodies, and some as chair. She became an honorary alderman on the 22nd of May 2007. I move that this council places on record its sorrow of the death of former councillor, Honorary Alderman Margaret Wells, and its appreciation of her devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to Margaret's family and friends in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? Thank you. I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to Honorary Alderman Margaret Wells, and I call Councillor Jane Jones.
Mayor, everybody else. As you said, Margaret served as a councillor for Stockland Green from May 1988 until May 2007, and I personally first became acquainted with her around about 1979. can't remember the exact date. At the time, I was a student at Birmingham University, and after a chat with a fellow student, I discovered that he too was a member of the Labour Party. And I was also shocked to find out that he'd just been, even though he was very young, had been the agent for Margaret when she'd stood for election to the council in Yardley, where she lived. I was introduced to her by this fellow student, Rob, and I also met her husband, Dennis, and her surviving child, Matthew. I spent many happy times at Margaret's, I have to say, over the coming years. She was a warm and entertaining host, and I have to say that she made everything about life fun, because she'd had a lot of hardships in her life, which I will go on to explain. But, you know, she never allowed that to crush her. She was always able to rise above everything and keep going. Margaret, as I said, experienced a lot of tragedy in her life. She had 3 children, and all sadly were born with a chromosome deficiency, resulting in crippling illness, which would mean they were unlikely to reach adulthood. And sadly, this proved to be the case. Her daughters Bethany and Julie died at ages 5 and 16 respectively, and her only son Matthew confounded the doctors for a short while because he managed to survive until the age of 21. But for poor Margaret, tragedy struck again when her husband Dennis passed away suddenly at the age of 62 from pancreatic cancer. And I remember, you know, that personally. He'd been elected as a councillor in Stockland Green, and suddenly he wasn't well. And from diagnosis to death was only six weeks. It was very, very quick, and it was a real shock to everybody. He and Margaret shared a very close bond, and it was no surprise to anyone when Dennis decided to throw his hat into the ring and try his hand at being a councillor. And that's what he did. And he stood in Stockland Green alongside his wife, and he was elected, and they became a very, very strong partnership, and they worked tirelessly for the ward. I wouldn't go as far as to say that Margaret was a workaholic, but she wasn't far from it. I mean, she literally did not stop, from what I can remember of her. Margaret was passionately committed to community cohesiveness, and one of her major successes as a councillor was securing the funds for Erdington's first mosque on Slade Road. And I'm glad to report that that mosque now is thriving, it's expanded, and it welcomes people from all over North Birmingham. You only have to be there on a Friday prayers to see just what a success that mosque has become. She served, as you said, Lord Mayor, on numerous committees as a committees, but too many, unfortunately, for me to read out here because it's quite a long list. But what I can tell you is that one of her pet subjects that she was transport, and so she was on the airport committee, she served on West Midlands Transport. You know, those were the issues. She personally didn't drive and was committed to public transport, and I think if she was a councillor still here today in this chamber, she'd applaud the efforts we're all making to get people to use buses and public transport. Another of her passions was in the environment, and only a little trivial thing, but one of the things she was very proud of was that in all the grass verges in the ward, she managed to get daffodil planted. And for many, many years while she was a councillor, you could see these daffodils. Tragically, that isn't the case now because many of them have been destroyed by, people parking cars. But that was, she just loved the environment. She liked the visuals, and, she was very proud of, her attempts to, I think her phrase used to be was to tart up Stockland Green. I personally invited Margaret to stand in Stockland Green for council. As I said, I met her while I was still at university, and I carried on, being in contact with her. And she agreed to do that. So that's how in 1988 she turned up for selection. She managed to get selected, and of course the rest is history. It was my idea at the time, being a young sort of feminist, I wanted to have a woman councillor, and I thought, having known Margaret, I thought she'd be a great asset to Stockland Green, and that definitely turned out to be the case. Because as you've said, Lord Mayor, she served for many years and became an honorary alderman. Fortunately, Margaret moved to Northumberland when she retired. She lost her mother about 7 years ago, And she found herself, you know, pretty isolated up in Northumberland, and bit by bit she found that all her family had died. But Mike Ollie, who used to be a councillor in Birmingham, he kept in touch with her. My father was her agent for all her elections, and he kept in contact with her. But tragically, my father passed away in 2 years before she stood down as a councillor. But Mike did keep in contact with her, and I'm pleased to announce that I've had contact with him, and he regularly visited her up north in Blythe, and he saw her a couple of days before she died. She died tragically. She'd gone into hospital for an infection, but like a lot of elderly people, since the pandemic, she went into hospital with and unfortunately caught COVID and died. So I know that Mike is planning a memorial for Margaret in Birmingham, and he's going to send me the details of her funeral in Blythe, which my son, who used to be a councillor here, will attend on behalf of everybody. Particularly, as I said, my father was her agent, and I think he'd lose his temper with me if he was still here and I didn't go. So anyway, Mark will be arranging a memorial, and I just hope that all councillors will be able to attend. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Deirdre Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I rise to pay tribute on behalf of the Conservative group to former councillor Margaret Wells. I've listened to many obituaries in the chamber during my time as a councillor, but I particularly remember the one which took place at my first full council meeting in 1999. It was for Councillor David Wells, a Stockland Green councillor who had just died. What made it unusual was that Margaret, his wife, was also a Stockland Green councillor, and I remember looking across at her in the chamber and thinking how brave she was to be sitting through that and how tragic it was for her. Sadly, as we've heard, Margaret Wells had a lot of tragedy in her life. Not only did her husband die suddenly and at a relatively young age, only a year after he joined her on the council, but all three of their children suffered from a rare but crippling illness. Margaret's first child, Julie, died in 1966 at the age of 5. Her second child, Bethany, died in 1980, aged 16, and her son, Matthew, died aged 21 in 1987. No wonder, then, that when speaking of her husband at the time of his death, Margaret said, "We weren't just husband and wife. We were partners in everything we did. I shall miss him terribly." But Margaret was a very brave person, and despite her loss, she continued as a Stockland Green councillor until 2007. Margaret was first elected in 1988, and during her time on the council, she served on a number of committees, including planning, housing and public health and environmental protection, amongst many others. Margaret also worked tirelessly for her constituents in Stockland Green, the ward she represented throughout her 19 years on the council. In 2007, Margaret decided to move to the Newcastle area, and she stood down from the council. And it was in North Tyneside Hospital that she died in November. I understand Honorary Alderman Mike Ollie had been visiting Margaret for a number of years as she was largely on her own, and that he will be organising a memorial service in Birmingham early next year to celebrate her life. On behalf of the Conservative group, I would like to give thanks for Margaret's years of service to Birmingham City Council and to send our condolences to her friends and former colleagues. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Lord Mayor, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to express condolences on the passing of Margaret. She was a Yardley girl. She was born in Rockingham Road. She lived in Church Road, so she didn't tarry very far. We had our headquarters just round the corner from Church Road, so whenever we drove up Church Road, there was always some ribald comments if her husband or Margaret were outside, but it was all good-humoured. And as has been said, her husband was her rock, and when he died, she lost her rock. And that was very sad because her husband always stood outside the group offices, the Labour group offices, because Margaret didn't drive and he used to bring her into the council house and out again. And so again, there was always those ribald comments as we went backwards and forwards, but they were always good-humoured. There was nothing nasty, nothing personal about it. I remember once, because there was some changes taking place in Yardley, and we were uprooting the yew tree. Now, I was waxing lyrical about the yew tree, how long it had been there, etc., etc. Only for Margaret to pipe up that, excuse me, as a little girl, I planted that yew tree that is there now. So that deflated my balloon. However, Margaret then, when her rock had gone, bought a little place up in Northumberland, but still retained her flat in Birmingham. And it was unfortunate, Lord Mayor, that while she was out walking a dog, that she fell into a ditch. And as a result of that, she was quite badly injured. And it took her a long, long time to recuperate. Eventually, she was able to be mobile, but of course, there was a fair amount of discomfort, shall we say, expressed because she was marooned up in Northumberland and still representing a ward in Birmingham. However, has been said, Mike Ollie, Honorary Alderman Mike Ollie, did keep in touch with Margaret, and there will be a memorial service for Margaret, and I hope as many of her colleagues who remember Margaret can attend. I always remember she'd got a very, very, very wry smile. If you struck a little point, she wouldn't argue with you. She'd just give you a little wry smile. And that was your put down. And I was put down a few times. Thank you, Lord Mayor, on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group.
Thank you. And now I must inform you of the death of former Lord Mayor's consort, Professor John Stewart, who died peacefully at home on the 23rd of November. Professor Stewart was one of the most influential local government academics of the 20th century and was a founder of Birmingham University's Institute for Local Government, now known as INLOGOV, in 1996 until the late 1990s. In 2007, the Society of Local Government Chief Executives gave him the inaugural President's Award for an outstanding contribution to local government. Alongside his enormous and lasting contribution to the development of local government and local governance, Professor Stewart was a tremendous support to his wife, former councillor and honorary alderman Teresa Stewart, throughout her career, but especially in his role as Lord Mayor's consort, when Teresa served as Lord Mayor of Birmingham from May 2000 to May 2001. John leaves behind 4 children, 2 daughters and 2 sons, as well as his loving grandchildren. I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former Lord Mayor's consort, Professor John Stewart, and its appreciation of his service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to John's children and all of the family in their sad bereavement. I am now pleased to inform the Chamber that one of the Lord Mayor's chauffeurs, attendants, has been awarded a major accolade. At last month's QSI Professional Driver Magazine Awards, held at Celtic Manor in Cardiff, Kenneth Bond was presented with the Gold Award in the category of Professional Driver of the Year. Please join me in a round of applause to congratulate Kenneth Bond on this marvellous achievement. We now move on to the agenda that relating to petitions. I move that the petitions presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Could I ask those of you who want to present petitions to press your speaker button so that you will be shown on my list on the screen? I will now invite members who want to present petitions to this afternoon to do so. Please, can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate the petition relates to? And may I remind you that it is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? Please present your petition and a member of the committee service will then collect it from you. I will now call Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition on behalf of Erdington residents calling on Transport for West Midlands to save various bus services across North Birmingham. I ask that be submitted to Transport for West Midlands.
Thank you. I'll now call on Councillor Rob Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition, an online petition signed by 67 residents of the Bannersgate neighbourhood of the Sutton Vesey ward. They're concerned about road traffic hazards at the road junction between Bakers Lane and Chester Road North. They're calling on the City Council to inspect that junction to attempt to reduce the accident hazard, and I'd like that petition to be forwarded to the Highways Directorate.
I'd now call Councillor Izzy Knowles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition on behalf of 30 residents from Moor Green Lane in Moseley, asking for positive action to be taken to reduce inconsiderate and selfish parking around Moor Green Primary Academy, and I'd like that to go to the Highways Department, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bruce Lyons.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. The first one is from residents of Bartley Green and Quinton wards opposing the proposed charges at the Woodgate Valley Country Park and local nature reserve. The second petition is from residents in and around Birmingham and surrounding boroughs opposing charges to the Woodgate Valley Country Park, the Lickey Hills and Sutton Park. I move that these both go to the relevant department.
Thank you. Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by 56 residents of Oscott Road, Perry Bar. It reads, "We, the residents of Oscott Road, are fed up with uncleaned streets, unresolved fly tipping and uncollected bins, especially as we live alongside the new flats in Perry Bar and are supposed to be part of the Perry Bar regeneration area. We demand urgent action." I move this goes to the Cabinet Member for Environmental Services, Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you. Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from the traders of Kingsheath with regard to the removal of the low traffic neighbourhood street barriers in Kingsheath, and I move this goes to the Highways Department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mahmood Hussain.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by residents of Victorian Way, Parkland Avenue, Nursery Drive, Jubilee Drive, Birchfield Ward, requesting for adaptation of mentioned roads. I move that this petition goes to the transportation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Adrian Delaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have three petitions. The first one from residents of the Allen's Cross ward, objecting to a planning application to build houses on the recreation ground on the junction of Trescott Road and Tudbury Road. Could I ask that goes to the Planning Department? I have a second petition from residents of the Allens Cross, Wheelie and Selly Oak ward objecting to an application to install a telecommunications mast on Shenley Lane. Can I ask that goes to the Planning Department? I have a very large petition from residents of the Northfield constituency objecting to Labour-run Council's proposals to introduce car parking charges at the Lickey Hills Country Park, Woodgate Valley Country Park, Rectory Park, Sheldon Country Park and Sutton Park. And that goes to the Parks Department.
Councillor Lorraine Rainbow.
Lord Mayor, my petition is from 33 residents of Hadley Lodge Retirement Apartments in Quinton who are calling on the council to level the pathway of the crossing on Wolverhampton Road South to make it accessible for all those in the local area. I ask that it be handed to the Highways Department.
Okay. Councillor Marge Bridle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from residents in Chimes Close in Tar Cross. They are disgusted that the former highways contractor, Amy, sent a letter to residents announcing the resurfacing of the close a number of years ago. It's never happened, and they're therefore calling on the current contractor, Kier, to honour the commitment and resurface Chimes Close. So I move this goes to the Highways Director. Thank you.
Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from over 100 hosts of Ukrainian refugees across our city who are calling on Birmingham City Council to undertake an urgent independent investigation into the procurement, appropriateness, management and value for money of the contract with Refugee Action. I ask this goes to Councillor John Cotton, Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My first petition is on behalf of 21 residents on Wardlow Road, numbers 10 to 58, who are frustrated at having no communal recycling facilities. They are calling on Birmingham City Council's Housing, Waste and Recycling team to explore and introduce options for recycling to help improve the city's recycling rates and play their part in being more sustainable. Lord Mayor, my second petition is on behalf of 8 residents on Charles Drive who are frustrated by the lack of action to remove spilled paint markings on their road. They are calling on Birmingham City Council and Kier, the highways contractor, to be proactive to remove the spilled paint on Charles Drive rather than let it weather over several months and years. I ask they be moved to the relevant departments. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sheila Maldina.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My petition is from 94 members, residents from my ward, Bolsheath West, who are calling on the council to place necessary measures in place to help reduce car speeding and minimising the high rate of serious accidents that are caused on a very regular basis on the Hallam Street and Lincoln Street junction. So I ask that it's handed over to Cabinet Member Liz Clements, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Narinda Kuna.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a petition from residents from Silvercroft Avenue. We, the undersigned, request Birmingham City Council to install CCTV on Silvercroft Avenue in order to tackle the issue of constant fly tipping on the cul-de-sac. This is having a negative impact on the environment, causing health and safety issues, attracting vermin to the locality. It will be more cost-effective for Birmingham City Council, as currently they are having to send crews to clear the fly tipping on a regular basis, and the installation of CCTV will act as a deterrent and allow us to enjoy our residential living environment. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I ask that it goes to Councillor Majid Mahmood.
Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hands. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? A petition update has been made available electronically. I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? The next item is to deal with oral questions. We now have questions from members of the public. The indicative time for this item is 20 minutes. There are 5 questions today. The first question is for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, from Sarah Ben, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Sarah, could I ask you to put the question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We face a climate and ecological emergency and a cost of living crisis. I wish to highlight food as an area where the Council can be part of the solution, not the problem. Plant-based eating, according to an Oxford University study, is the single most effective thing individuals can do to reduce their environmental impact. 2021 National Food Strategy recommended 30% reduction in meat and dairy within 10 years. Meat and dairy are almost always the most expensive part of a meal. Whole food plant-based meals are cheaper but highly nutritious, an easy win opportunity to save money and promote individual and planetary health. Given the climate emergency declared by our City Council in 2019 and its stated aim to become net zero carbon by 2030, will the Council commit to serving fully plant-based fare at all future catered events, as other councils have done?
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you too, Sarah, for raising this important issue of food and sustainability. As you probably know, sustainability is at the heart of the Birmingham Food Systems Strategy that we published for consultation back in June. We recognise that environmental issues are a key consideration, and I can confirm that this will be reflected in the final version of the strategy when it is published early next year. You may also have seen our strategy praised by Dr. Martin Frick, the Director of the World Food Programme at the United Nations. We certainly recognise that plant-based food is often more environmentally sustainable than animal-based alternatives. However, there are a number of complexities in this area, including not just whether food is plant-based, but also issues such as levels of processing, seasonality of produce, location of production, and associated resource costs. As such, we are not able to commit to a fully plant-based catering offer, but we are working across the Council to develop more sustainable catering options, taking into account this wider range of factors. We also must address the issues of affordability of good quality sustainable food in what is an increasingly tight budgetary environment, as you yourself pointed out in the question. Ultimately, we want to establish a successful path from where we are now to a sustainable food future in which the Council is an exemplar as well as a custodian of the overall strategy for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second question is for the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton, from Teresa Demetrio, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Teresa, could I ask you to put your question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Along with other hosts under the Homes for Ukraine scheme, I am extremely concerned about the performance of the contract with Refugee Action, a multi-million-pound contract awarded to a small organisation with limited relevant experience of refugees being hosted in homes rather than hotels, which appears to have been overstretched, resulting in 6-month delay to the rollout of much-needed support. Along with other host families, I feel badly let down by the Council and disappointed at its efforts so far to resolve matters. Does the Cabinet Member believe, in hindsight, either he or officers should have done anything differently? Will he be apologising to host families for the poor standard of support received? And how are we to be assured that hastily awarded contracts without due diligence will be avoided in the future?
Thank you. Call upon Councillor Cotton to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you very much, Teresa, for your question. I'm truly sorry that you feel let down, especially as I know that our shared priority has always been to meet the needs of our Ukrainian guests fleeing from the terrible circumstances inflicted upon them by Russian aggression. The Homes for Ukraine programme is an unprecedented national response to an absolutely horrific crisis. And every local authority involved in this programme, including Birmingham, has found itself operating in a fast-moving, rapidly changing and challenging environment where we needed to respond quickly. In the early period of this programme, we used our existing staff and resources to prioritise safety checks for arriving families and their children. However, these were the same internal resources that we used to protect many other vulnerable children and adults elsewhere in our city, which is why we contracted for additional support. Refugee Action are a national charity. They do have an established track record of supporting resettlement provision, and they successfully delivered previous resettlement schemes with this council. And we have contract management arrangements in place to monitor and manage that performance. That said, Lord Mayor, I do accept that the elements of the Homes for Ukraine scheme and the immediate volume of work did impact on the mobilisation of Refugee Action. And where there were concerns, those concerns and issues need to be reported and addressed. And I'm grateful to all of those hosts who have either contacted officers or myself direct to raise these issues, because frankly it's only through honest dialogue and feedback that we can make sure that we're getting this right for everyone. Later today, Lord Mayor, this council will be discussing our response to the Ukraine crisis, and I hope that we'll be agreeing some further steps to ensure that we assess the experience to date of this programme and the other issues facing refugees in our city. I'm absolutely determined that together the council, hosts, our voluntary organisations and everybody else who's playing an important part in making Birmingham a city of sanctuary will continue to build systems of support that welcome and deliver for everyone seeking refuge here. So thank you, Teresa, and thank you to everyone who's committed to this shared purpose. And let me assure you of my personal commitment to working with you to make sure we get this right for everybody who seeks sanctuary in our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
The third question is for the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton. From Adam Simcox, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Adam, could I ask you to put your question, please?
What steps have members and senior officers made to learn from other local authorities about the different approaches to housing support services for Ukrainian refugees, many of which were established much sooner than in Birmingham? And what is Birmingham City Council's approach to collaboration and sharing of best practice systems and resources across local authorities to maximise impact and value for public money and avoid unnecessary duplication?
Call Councillor Cotton to reply.
Thank you again, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Adam, for your question. We have certainly drawn on lessons from other local authorities. There are a number of fora that have been set up both at a national and regional level to support local authorities to share best practice and discuss current issues. We here are an active participant in those forums, and we've drawn on the example of other local authorities in a number of areas. So, for example, we are one of the local authorities that's chosen to increase the thank you payments to our Homes for Ukraine hosts from £350 to £500 per month for those with 3 or fewer guests, and making additional payments for those who are hosting larger groups of guests. In doing this, we drew on the example of the London Borough of Newham, amongst others. In the case of supporting Ukrainian guests to move on to independent accommodation, we've also looked at the experience of other authorities, including Bristol. Our proposals for a significant package of financial support, which is worth up to £4,000 for each guest family to pay for the cost of moving and securing new accommodation, are directly informed by that experience. I have to say, Lord Mayor, at the same time, we're mindful that the housing market and the challenges here in Birmingham are very different to some of the other areas that have received larger numbers of Ukrainian guests. Many of these areas, for instance, have not been historic refugee and asylum dispersal areas and are not faced with all of the challenges that we have here in Birmingham. That said, we are keen to continue learning from other local authorities, from local organisations supporting refugees, and directly from our amazing hosts and guests. And I can assure you that that work and that engagement will be ongoing. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The fourth question is for the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton, from Liz Yates, who is in the attendance at today's meeting. Liz, could I ask you to put your question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Whilst we recognise and appreciate that officers have now committed to closer working relationships with all stakeholders, including hosts and guests, it is still too little too late. Will the authority conduct an immediate and urgent review of its support services to all Ukrainian refugees, including unaccompanied minors and those who have come through the family scheme, and commit to full transparency about its use of the £12 million in funds it has received designated for the support of Ukrainian refugees, including commissioning an independent external investigation into its use of these funds and publishing an immediate interim statement of the funds showing all expenditure, including the amount used by the authority to cover its pre-existing staff and administration? Thank you.
Councillor Cotton to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Liz, for that question. As I've outlined in my response to the previous questions, the unique and novel nature of the Homes for Ukraine scheme has meant that we have been constantly learning. I think it is worth just pausing to reflect on the scale of what we've done as a city collectively in less than a year. Birmingham now has nearly 700 Ukrainian guests, staying with just over 300 local hosts. And I think that's an extraordinary achievement on the part of our citizens and a tribute to their compassion and their commitment that all of us here should absolutely salute. From our first steps as a council in receiving emergency arrivals of Ukrainian children who are in need of urgent cancer care to the current much larger programme, we've sought to live up to that shared commitment to be a city of sanctuary. And we've tried to provide welcome and support for our guests, and we've also tried to prioritise their safety most of all. I do absolutely recognise that we've not always met the expectations of our guests and their hosts. And in fact, I welcome and absolutely admire the determination of my fellow citizens to be such powerful and relentless advocates of our refugees here in Birmingham by challenging us, by speaking up and by speaking out on their behalf. Notwithstanding the challenges that we've faced, I think there's much that we can be proud of that we've achieved together at speed and under pressure. And I'm certain that we've acted in good faith throughout for the best interests of our Ukrainian guests. We've also been committed to transparency, which has been seen through the publication of information and data through cabinet reports and other publications, including a complete breakdown of the proposed allocation of central government funding over the next 2 years. As a council, we are a public body and our spending is absolutely open to scrutiny. As I mentioned in my answer to the earlier question, I hope that later today this council will collectively agree some further steps to ensure we assess the experience to date of this programme and the other issues facing refugees in our city. And that will substantially cover some of the areas raised in your question and also involve the council's cross-party overview and scrutiny function to provide that appropriate independence and objectivity. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
The fifth question is for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, from Yasmin Paulson. Jane Meachan, who is in attendance at today's meeting, will ask this question on behalf of Yasmin. Jane, could I ask you to put the question, please?
Mayor. Be Kind is a food bank that has provided a service in central Birmingham for over 3 years, providing the most vulnerable residents with the basic food stock necessary for survival. During this time, we have stored the tables required for the food bank to function in a wheelie bin locked to the railings in Temple Row, which has not been an issue until it was removed a month ago by the council. Despite frequent exchanges with the council, we've been unable to find a solution for how to resolve this, thereby putting at risk the service that we provide each week for the food bank. We find it undermines everything that Birmingham Council are attempting to achieve with their recently launched Birmingham Emergency Food Aid Fund. We therefore request that the Council assist us in trying to find an immediate resolution to this issue.
I call upon Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, can I thank everyone involved with Be Kind and indeed everyone across the city who supports similar initiatives to support some of the most vulnerable people in Birmingham. You provide invaluable help for people at a time when they need it most. And as we've seen with our own Helping Brum work, demand is growing as the cost of living crisis gets ever worse. I've now spoken to officers about the Be Kind tables, and while the bin being used for storage was located in an inappropriate place, it being chained to the cathedral railings, I have now been assured that the city centre management team and the cost of living team dealing with food will work with local partners and businesses to identify a better solution and allow Be Kind to continue its valuable work. Thank you.
We now have the next section, which is for oral questions from any councillor to a committee chairman, a lead member of the West Midlands Joint Authority, or ward forum chair. No supplementary questions are allowed, and the time for this section is up to 10 minutes. As always, could I please request that you do not start your question or reply until the red light appears on your microphone to show that it is switched on. But please do press your button so that it comes up on my screen. Could I please ask that before asking a question, you give the name as well as a designation of the councillor to whom the question is addressed. I will call on Councillor Marcus Bernasconi. Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question for Martin Brooks, Chair of the Planning Committee. I've recently been contacted by residents in my North Edgbaston ward regarding planning notifications. I'm aware of recent reports regarding delayed notices issued by the Planning Department and the potential effect on planning decisions made during this period. I'd be grateful if the Chair of Planning could update members on developments regarding this issue and reiterate the importance that residents affected by planning decisions are given enough time and notice to provide their views during consultation period. Thank you.
Councillor Bruce Lyons. Sorry, what have we got on here?
You've got to respond. Martin Brooks has got to respond.
Yes, sorry. Paperwork's a bit of a miss here, so can I please call on Councillor Martin Brooks? Yeah, is he on?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bernasconi. While the Planning Committee doesn't have political oversight in relation to the operation of the Planning Committee, I do take seriously any concerns regarding the failures of the consultation process in planning. And while I can't respond specifically as to whether the cases you raise fall within this area, I would like to give some explanation explanation to the council as to what's been going on in terms of the consultation process. When determining planning applications, the committee must rely on the integrity of the consultation process in order to reach sound decisions. Problems have occurred in the planning department in relation to consultation letters which are generated and sent out to respondees. This relates to consultation letters generated in 2 of the 7 planning registration teams, and those letters were not correctly printed and sent out centrally as they should have been. At the time, there was no mechanism in place to alert anyone to this error, and while letters from other registration officers were being printed normally, these particular letters were not being printed. This has led to a serious error. 8,960 letters were not printed between the beginning of April and the 3rd of November. This related to 752 planning applications, of which 318 were approved, 107.
Councillor, you're out of time. I now call on Councillor Bruce Lyons.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Chair of the Quinton Ward Forum, Councillor Rainbow. When my group attempted to call in the decision for proposals to introduce car parking charges at our parks around the city, we highlighted at the scrutiny, which you were present, how, based on the Cabinet reports, comments from Cabinet members at the Cabinet meeting, and on patterns of previous behaviour, this consultation would not be genuine. As you can now see, we were correct, and that the consultation did not include any questions on agreement with the principles of charging, or include 0 options in response to preferred levels of charging. We said this consultation would be a sham, and the Cabinet were determined to put this through regardless. Now,
Councillor Lyons, sorry, you're out of time.
Sorry, my question is to Councillor Rainbow.
Let
me put the question. Why did you decide to back and not the residents of your ward?
Can I please advise all of you, this is question time, just ask your question, not make other statements. Councillor to respond. Councillor Rainbow.
Right, so you didn't actually ask a question, Councillor Lyons, but I will say this is the difference between acting as a ward councillor and acting as a councillor on a scrutiny committee. Those two things I shouldn't have to make clear to you in terms of what those responsibilities are. As a ward councillor, Councillor Forsyth and myself have taken these proposals to our ward forum. We've consulted with our residents, and yes, we have objected to those proposals, which is what all residents are entitled to do with these informal consultations. As a scrutiny councillor, I was looking at proposals from a city-wide perspective, which, given the Conservative government have taken over £800 million away from our budget, given they've taken away half of our workforce, the council needs to come up with ways to generate income, and that's exactly what I've done.
Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Islam, Chair of the Newtown Forum. Is he in attendance? Sorry? No, I'll wait till next month and I'll ask Councillor Islam the question. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mustaz Hussain.
This question is for Councillor Mick Brown. A number of my residents have spoken to me with frustration about doctor's appointments. Doctors are taking on new patients, however, the residents call and they are not being able to book any appointments and compromising their health. Can Councillor Brown confirm what will be done about this to raise this situation?
Councillor to respond.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm not sure about which particular practice you're referring to, but I'm certainly happy to meet outside this particular meeting to discuss that particular case and progress it, because people do need to have an adequate response which meets their ongoing health conditions. Thank you.
The next section is for oral questions for councillors other than Cabinet members to a Cabinet member. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. I will now call on Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Fastest fingers first. Lord Mayor, my question is for the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton. In written questions I-8, it seems he's neglected to actually answer the question. Schools in Birmingham have reported that they have not yet received funding despite having taken Ukrainian children over 6 months ago. How many nurseries and schools have children under the Homes for Ukrainian scheme received a payment? In his answer, he says that forms have gone out to the 152 schools, but it doesn't say actually how many children have benefited from the payments or received payments. Now, in terms of earlier questions, you know that we have paid £330,000 for a wonderful database. You would have thought that this would give access to this sort of data. So I'm asking the Cabinet Member if he has these details to hand, please.
Councillor Cotton to respond.
I do not have that detail to hand, but I'll be happy to provide that outside of this meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Yip, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is, of course, frustrating that the Cabinet Member hasn't got the answer. Of course, we've given him the opportunity in the written question and he hasn't fully replied. You've seen from the number of oral questions that we've got from public members in the back, the written questions, and of course from the meeting last month, that there is an amount of concern raised by hosts and public around the scheme that's been paid from council to this organisation to deliver the support to hosts and families. Now, in his two answers, he says, firstly, to Teresa, that he values honest feedback and he wants to get it right for everybody, which we welcome. And his answer to Liz around he commits to full transparency. So I'm asking the Cabinet Member, will he commit to the amendment that we have to the full council motion from the Liberal Democrats around us calling the refugee action contract to go to scrutiny? And also, will he commit to our calls around having full openness and transparency in this process afterwards going to scrutiny? Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Yip refers, he has an amendment down to a debate that's later on the agenda. It's long been my practice to listen to the arguments that are made in a debate before choosing whether to accept an amendment or not. Thank you.
Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I believe that payments are for people and not parking. Would the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, join me on a walkabout in Nechells to see firsthand the problems of poor parking and update the Chamber about the Don't Plonk It, Park It campaign?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Marsham, for your question. I'd be very happy to join you in Nechells on a walkabout to look at some of the issues of inconsiderate and obstructive and dangerous parking. I really just urge everyone to park legally and with consideration for pedestrians, people pushing push chairs or people in wheelchairs or mobility scooters. If you don't park legally, we will enforce parking regulations and you risk a fine. And we are using this slogan, park, don't plonk. Please don't be a plonker. Think about everybody else when you're on the road. And recently, been aware of severe problems on Bromsgrove Street, so we've been targeting areas like that and the, other parts of the city centre in particular for enforcement. But just repeat that urge to everyone to park legally and with consideration for pedestrians. Thank you very much.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Residents in Nechells are fed up with the reliability of the number 66 bus. Delays and no-shows are frequent and impact on people's ability to get to work, to school and to shop. Would the Cabinet Member join me in writing to our Conservative West Midlands Mayor Andy Street and National Express to urgently improve the service?
Cabinet Member to respond.
So Marsham, for the supplementary question. I think you're raising an issue that a lot of us are getting casework about from our residents. So I'd be very happy to join you in writing to both Mayor Street and National Express about problems with reliability on the 66 route and on other bus routes. I'm a bus user myself, so I'm very familiar with the problem of services dropping out and problems with the live information, the phenomenon of ghost buses which are advertised and then just don't appear. But I think we need to be realistic here. There is an acute shortage of bus drivers across the West Midlands. I went to a meeting of the Bus Alliance a few weeks ago. I think the shortage is of 800 or more bus drivers, and it's one of the many sectors of the economy where there is acute shortage of workers for many reasons, not least the way that we have implemented Brexit. But I would also like to commend what National Express is doing to try and encourage people to take up training and job opportunities in the bus industry. And they are doing a lot of work to promote those opportunities. And one of the issues is that once people are trained to become bus drivers, they find the experience of driving in Birmingham in particular quite challenging with the sort of behaviours that they encounter sometimes on buses. So my plea to everybody who's using buses is to please be considerate and be kind to the bus drivers. They're doing an essential job to keep the city moving. We as passengers can contribute to making their life easier. So don't take out your frustrations on the drivers that are there. But let's, yes, by all means, write and raise our concerns with National Express and the Mayor of the West Midlands about the severe challenges facing the bus industry and the impact that's having on all our residents around Birmingham. Thank you.
Councillor Morell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Transport, which also covers highways. This time last year, a highways engineer finally got the potholes fitted on Hollyhill Road, and I said if he did that, I'd wear a Christmas hat at City Council. So to try and spread some Christmas cheer, it is December, I thought I would wear it for you guys today. However, they made a mockery of Great Park and Ruby Lane. And we've been out with the highways engineers 7 times to get this sorted. We were promised it would be fixed by mid-February. We then got a following email in April during the election saying it was going to be taken out of patchworks and the road would be getting resurfaced. Councillor, it's now 8 months later. It's Christmas again, hence the Christmas hat. No work has been done on that road and the potholes are really worse. And so rather than get the highways engineer out again, I would like to extend an invitation to yourself and the head of highways to come down in a high-vis jacket or dress up in an elf costume. That's equally as visible. Let's walk down Ruby Lane and get these potholes sorted once and for all. Thank you, Chair.
Cabinet member to respond.
Characteristic contribution. It's a very nice hat following the very nice waistcoat which we saw, I think, sometime before the election. But so please excuse the flippant comments. But I'm very happy to come out on a walkabout with you. But I would urge you, to work with your Kier Highways steward, because one of the features of the contract that we've currently got with Kier is the highway stewards, and from my experience, that's the best way to get things done, to actually look at contacting the highway steward and go out for a walkabout with that steward. And I think a number of us as local councillors have found that a very effective method. I'm sorry that there's been a delay in carrying out those works, but yes, happy to meet you in your ward to look at the situation. Thank you very much.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Sorry, I've been on the right way. So there we go. So the problem is 7 times, Councillor Clement, 7 times. And I know I'm taking the mick now, but one resident literally said this council is taking the pig. And it is very, very frustrating. And the other thing that's often raised is a juxtaposition between potholes not being done, and when they are done, the roadworks seem to appear absolutely everywhere, especially in Franklin at the moment with the Bloor Homes development, Frogmill. Ruby Lane itself was shut down, and nobody was consulted about it. So, I mean, I would have gone out and put a letter about it. And let's not forget, this council receives £1 million every single week from the Conservative government to fix potholes. And when residents are not seeing potholes fixed, after 7 times the local councillor has been out, what else are we supposed to do but stand up here in a Christmas hat and say, ho, 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 please get down to Frankly Great Park, let's get these potholes fixed, because frankly, it is a disgrace. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet member to respond.
Your rhetoric's definitely enhanced by the Christmas hat and especially the antlers. But again, trying to sort of make a serious response. We receive a £51 million PFI credit every year for the highways contract. That's what we're trying to renegotiate at the moment. We're all aware of how deeply our residents care about the condition of footways and carriageways and street lighting. So again, I can only apologise for the delays, but I would emphasise the value of doing regular walkabouts with your Kier Highway steward and making that use of that direct line into Kier. And this is my opportunity to thank my ward colleague, Councillor Grindrod, who's been doing regular walkabouts in Bourneville and Cotteridge since he was elected. And that's allowed us to give Kier really a really good inventory of the state of roads and pavements in our local area. And I think that's a model that others could copy. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jack Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Cotton, Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, and I'm sure he will be very glad to have yet another question. Lord Mayor, Councillor Cotton will know that the cost of living crisis created by poor decision-making nationally has led to us being in an unprecedented situation. I've known poverty in my life growing up, but nothing like I'm seeing in my email inbox or at my weekly surgeries. We know the government isn't doing enough, so can the Cabinet Member update the Chamber on what actions this Council is taking to deal with the cost of living crisis hitting the citizens of Birmingham? Thank you.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, Councillor Deacon, I can absolutely relate to the experience of your inbox. That's what's happening in my inbox, happening at my advice surgeries, and I'm sure it's happening with many other members in this chamber as well. We declared a formal cost of living emergency back in September because we recognise that the challenges that people will face this winter, keeping warm, safe and well, are just as much an emergency as was the COVID pandemic. We've been working at pace with partners since then to put support in place. Members will be aware that we allocated £5 million from the Council's reserves to support our cost of living emergency programme, and of course we also topped up earlier in the year the Household Support Fund. The money that we've put in through the cost of living emergency programme has enabled us to do a number of things. Firstly, we've expanded opening hours at our 2 council advice centres in Northfield and Erdington. That's included evening opening on Tuesdays and a Saturday morning session. That work alone has already helped to lever in an additional £113,000 in benefits for residents, making sure that they get everything that they're entitled to, because we know that underclaiming benefits is a real problem in this city. We'll also be extending that support out to our voluntary sector advice partners as well. We've also grown our network of warm welcome spaces across the city. As of today, there are 88 council, community and faith groups that have registered as providing a warm welcome space on the council's website. These are places that provide a warm space to meet, warm drinks, food and also access to other advice and support services. We're also responding to the growing food poverty problem that we know exists in our city. You go out and talk to food banks, pantries, social supermarkets, they'll tell you they're under real pressure and struggling to sustain a supply of food. So last week we launched our Emergency Food Aid Fund, which will provide cash grants of £800 every month for 6 months that will be available to 100 organisations across the city, and that includes the food banks, food clubs, pantries, social supermarkets, community cafes. That money will be primarily to buy food, but also hygiene products, baby food and formula and other essentials. Given the finite amount of money that's available, organisations will need to meet certain criteria, such as being a non-profit or a community or charitable organisation that provides food for the community. I put some details out around this to all members today, and I would urge you to reach out to your wards and your communities to ensure that applications come forward for that fund. We will continue to review the impact of cost of living issues in our city. I think that there will be many other challenges in the weeks and months ahead, and we're certainly determined to do all we can as a council, together with our partners, to get support to residents and see them through this appalling crisis that's been foisted upon us. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cotton, for that update. And I'm really glad that the fund that's been released will cover food pantries, an often overlooked sector that does provide support within the food community. Now, in Allens Cross, we have a twice-weekly food pantry, which also helps citizens with a variety of issues. People there feel like the government is out of touch and not listening to their needs. So will the Cabinet member be willing to come to visit the pantry and speak to residents I represent? They enjoy having the opportunity to speak to a variety of politicians so they can voice their concerns and feelings and be part of decision-making, not an addition. Thank you.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm absolutely happy to accept that invitation, Councillor Deakin, and come out and see the pantry and the volunteers in Allens Cross. I think we owe an enormous debt to the army of volunteers, of faith organisations, community groups that are out there helping to support people through this cost of living crisis that's affecting so many. So I'd just like to use this opportunity to say thank you to all of them on behalf of this council, and I look forward to coming out to Allens Cross and meeting with the staff and the volunteers at the food pantry there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So my question is for the Cabinet Member for the Environment, Councillor Majid Mahmood. It's been months since I last raised this, Lord Mayor, so I'll ask again. When will the Cabinet Member be restarting the positive cross-party work on tackling the climate emergency, which was such a positive feature of the last term? And I ask this as distinct from the cross-sector work and the discussion around the best way of engaging external partners, which I know he's already been consulted on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank the elected member for Druids Heath and Monaghan for the question. We are in the final stages now of receiving the feedback from the various agencies and stakeholders that we've been speaking to, and I think a decision will be made in the next week or two before Christmas, I can promise you that. But the intention is to re-engage with the Cabinet Advisory Committee to bring in yourself as one of the shadow leads for the Green Party, Councillor Deirdre Alden, I think it's Councillor Roger Harmer, who's the shadow spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats. In addition, I've also had a visit to Aston University and also to Tyseley Energy Park. We're doing some tremendous work around the net zero agenda. I've spoken to Professor Martin Freer, who is a professor at Birmingham University, and I'm intending to also visit Birmingham City University to try to bring some academia into that advisory committee as well, and possibly potentially hold a separate community assembly. I've had a meeting with Footsteps, one of the voluntary organisations that's working on the net zero objectives that we also have. And I've had a number of conversations with leading members of faith communities as well. So the intention also is to potentially create a faith assembly as well to assist us with the just transition to zero carbon. It's something that all of us have to work together from, across party, because we can't do this alone. We do need support from national government. The funding currently that we are getting from the government, for example, retrofitting, which is one of the biggest things that we're going to have to do. And it's going to be costing us 30 billion in excess just to retrofit some of the public buildings that we've got in the city. And we are doing some good projects in my ward of Bromford and Hodgin, and I think there's some properties in Yardley East as well. They're going to benefit from a retrofit programme of 300 houses. So all in all, once all of this comes together, I've been in the post since May 21st, I wanted to make sure I get it right in order that we get to our objective of getting to net zero by 2030. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, the Cabinet Member, for his response. In my follow-up, I'd like to know if he can reassure us that we will be getting the annual update to full council of the council's climate emergency work at the January full council meeting, like we did last year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet mandatory respond.
Coming to full council potentially January of next year.
The final section under oral questions is for the questions from councillors other than Cabinet members to the Leader or Deputy Leader. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. Could any member wishing to ask a question please press your speak button. I will now call Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. You will know our group's position that we believe the Council has been too reliant upon the use of consultants and interims and our attempts to try and bring greater levels of transparency to this issue. Recently, the Council received a Freedom of Information request from local reporter Rhys Storer asking for the day rates of senior interims. The Council sadly deemed this to be commercially sensitive, so refused to provide that information. This is despite the Information Rights Tribunal deciding last year in a case against Sheffield City Council that the day rate alone for the interim director was not prejudicial to commercial interest. One of Ms Storer's predecessors claimed the Council was addicted to secrecy. Why does this culture of secrecy still persist in Councillor Ward's administration?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I was not aware of this Freedom of Information request about day rates, nor was I party to the response that's been given that that information is commercially sensitive. But given what the Leader of the Opposition has said, particularly the case he's cited from another city, I'm happy to take that away and have a look at it.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. And thank you to the Leader for his response there. I would urge the Leader, when he's speaking to the Council, to remind them that even if you determined the situation was somehow different to the Sheffield case and that the information was commercially sensitive, the Council still has to determine if the public interest in withholding the information in all circumstances outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. Given this is taxpayers' money being spent and given the track record of the Council, which it surely has to acknowledge itself of being too reliant on the use of interims, does the Leader agree with me that there's a strong public interest in this information being published? And will the Leader ask the request to be reviewed and reassessed against that public interest test so that we can try and get this information released?
Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I note the Leader of the Opposition's comment around public interest. As I've already said, I will take this matter away and have it investigated. I've always taken very, very seriously the role of elected members in safeguarding the public purse. Thank you.
Call Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council. Councillor, the Leader of the Council was quick and prompt in September to declare a cost of living emergency and also prompt in identifying £5 million in funding available to support it. I wonder if the Leader is satisfied with the speed with which the Council has been able to deploy its resources subsequently, given, for instance, that this week we have sub-freezing temperatures forecast.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I do recognise that many people in this city face a very, very harsh winter as a result of the cost of living crisis that was created partly in number 10 Downing Street when Liz Truss was in occupancy there. As to the speed of the deployment of resources, I guess you can always make an argument that any organisation can do things more efficiently and more quickly, but I'm not aware of any complaints being received by the Council that the deployment of resources has been too slow.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you for that answer. Secondly, when the money was allocated at Cabinet, I asked if that was sufficient, and the Leader said, well, if it wasn't sufficient, he'd find some more. Now, we had the announcement of the money for food banks, and Councillor Cotton told us about it earlier. That was £500,000, 10% of the £5 million for 100 food banks, less than £200 a week for food banks. Does the Leader think that is sufficient? Do we have any evidence of what the demand is from food banks, who seem to be really struggling with the rising costs of food and falls in donations at the moment? And if it is insufficient, will the Leader find more funding for it?
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My recollection of the Cabinet meeting is not as Councillor Hunt's. My recollection was that I recognised at the time that the sum of £5 million was unlikely to be enough to deal with a growing cost of living crisis that was going to impact many tens of thousands of people right across the city of Birmingham. The truth is, Birmingham City Council is doing what it can to help people through this winter, given the limited resources we have access to. The truth of the matter is that the government needs to be called on to do more, because the government are not doing enough to help people in this country through this crisis.
Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Back in June, this Council voted unanimously for our amendment to secure a permanent home for Birmingham Pride by ensuring that Festival Square would be a large-scale designated event space, which of course could be used for other high-capacity events in the city. Can the Leader explain why this commitment has been abandoned?
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Let me make it clear to Councillor Moore and anybody else with an interest in Birmingham Pride, which is now the largest community festival held in this city. I'm absolutely committed to ensuring it has a future in this city. It's an event that I regularly attend, an event that I much enjoy. So my commitment is there. We will find a permanent solution to the challenges that Pride faces. It has, of course, grown to such a scale because of its success that it is difficult to accommodate it. I think Councillor Moore is well aware of the limitations of Festival Square, so I await his supplementary question.
Your supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm grateful for the Leader's reply. He's, of course, very aware of my concerns about Festival Square, because I shared them with him a few weeks ago over drinks he described as namby-pamby. But my concern is that the future of Pride is in question as a result of, he talks about a commitment, he talks about finding a permanent solution, but the thing is, for events to plan ahead, they need to have some level of security, and I'm really concerned, given the success that Pride has become, as he highlights, it's one of the biggest events in the country, not known just this city as well. It needs a long-term future future. And whilst this council differs and delays, particularly with a large-scale site available in the city centre, which will be perfect for not only Pride, but also the Chinese New Year. It's close to the Irish Quarter as well in Digbeth. It has real potential to hold a number of important events in the city calendar. So will the leader please double down on his efforts to make sure we do not lose the opportunity before that space is lost?
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I note Councillor Moore's comments about when we were having a drink together a few weeks ago. I can only repeat my commitment to Birmingham Pride and indeed the other festivals that he has named. I'm committed to ensuring they do have a long-term future in this city. I reject the comment that there's any dither and delay. I'm continually in talks with the organisers of Birmingham Pride, and I'm determined that it will have a future here in Birmingham.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Does the Leader agree that reuse is often the most sustainable option, particularly with buildings where half the carbon is in the life cycle of a building in its construction? And therefore, it is disappointing that the plans for the Ringway involve wholesale demolition of an existing building as opposed to being retrofitted, remodelled and repurposed as in the original plans.
Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've just been told by the Deputy Leader it's her favourite building in the city, so I'm already under a little bit of pressure about what we're doing there. I do agree there is a lot of evidence that reuse of existing buildings is the most sustainable way of replacing those buildings with a different use. However, in the case of the Ringway, there are a number of factors that have to be taken into consideration, not least the way it blocks off large portions of the Chinese Quarter from the rest of the city centre. The redevelopment of that particular site will open up connectivity of the Chinese Quarter back into the city centre, and it also opens up what is dead space currently behind that building. So taking these things in a balance, and of course I believe there is a planning application currently live on this, and the planning members of the planning committee will have to weigh these balances up when they come to a decision on that planning application. But for me, and I'm not a member of the planning committee, when you balance up the advantages of new build on that site against reuse of the existing building, I would come down in favour of a new building or several new buildings being created along that particular site.
Supplementary.
If I may, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the Leader for response. We'll have to agree to disagree on that. But it's good that he does understand the importance of trying to reuse buildings. Would he therefore support a reuse first policy for buildings similar to kind of a brownfield first approach for housing in the Birmingham plan? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm more than happy to agree to disagree, because I'm going to agree to disagree on the supplementary question that you've just asked. I think what we have to do is take each individual case on its own merits and come to a conclusion in each individual development case. I don't think you can have that kind of broad brush approach to redevelopment across this city.
Councillor Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of this Council, Councillor Ian Ward. This summer, communal game took place in Birmingham, and within our city anyway, and whether Birmingham will receive any money from the games being delivered under budget. Thank you.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I am obviously very proud that this summer Birmingham hosted the best and most successful Commonwealth Games ever held in the United Kingdom. 1.6 million tickets sold for the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Not only that, but we delivered the Games on time and under budget, despite having only half the preparation time of other cities. Thanks to our financial responsibility, we can now work with the government to put the underspend to good use. We're set to benefit even more from the Commonwealth Games, as the underspend can be used to fund Games legacy projects right across this city. And we're working with the government to finalise the amount, and I'm more than happy to report back to Council as soon as I can.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah, very quick one. Would the leader be able to advise this council on what project this underspent money will be used? Thank you.
Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As we don't yet know the final amount, we can't yet commit to specific projects. However, we are committed to attracting more major sporting events to the city and being on that international platform again in the future. We're committed to investments in grassroots sports and culture, to an annual legacy cultural festival each summer, which we would look to build into a significant event. The Commonwealth Games were a stunning success for this city. We now have to ensure that we deliver the legacy for the people of Birmingham. And as I've always said, people will look back on the Games as the moment that Birmingham changed for the better.
Councillor David Pears.
This is a question for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. You will recall at the last council meeting I asked a question about the LUC report regarding the management and organisation of Sutton Park for the future, and you kindly advised me that your officers were looking at this the week before that meeting. I haven't heard any more, so I was just wondering if you can share the preferred choice from Birmingham City Council of the options and a timeline when action will be taken to share this with those in Sutton Coldfield and the councillors. Thank you.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to inform Councillor Pears that Parks officers on Birmingham City Council have completed the work that they were undertaking. As I understand it, the outcome of that work is now with the Cabinet member, Councillor Majid Mahmood. I will undertake to have a conversation with him about the timeline for it appearing in front of me and then it appearing with you, Councillor Pears, and in due course, Sutton Town Council.
Do you have a supplementary?
Supplementary is parks related. Last December, the constituency parks manager for Erdington and Sutton Coldfield retired. As he hadn't been replaced, the Sutton Park Advisory Committee, which I chair, asked me who was going to be his replacement. So I emailed senior officers on the 28th of September, and each week thereafter, I got no action, no reply. Each week, no action, no reply. And that went on for a period of a month, so I spoke to a very senior officer who kindly apologised to me over the telephone and said that it would be looked into and I would get a response. That was at the end of October. So, Leader, Lord Mayor, why am I still waiting for an answer to a simple question? What is happening in the Parks Department? Because this appears to be no action. Thank you.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. What you've just described, Councillor Pears, is obviously wholly unacceptable. It would be wholly unacceptable if it was a member of the public who'd been asked to wait that period of time, let alone a member of Birmingham City Council. I can only apologise to you on behalf of officers and the organisation. I will ensure you do get a response.
Councillor Fred Greenrod.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader, Councillor Ian Ward. Leader, following the recent industrial action taken by the University and College Union members nationally, including at universities across Birmingham, Vice-Chancellors have now given universities and college employers, the UCEA negotiators, a renewed mandate to try to bring the dispute to an end. Ahead of the next negotiating meeting on the 13th of December, will the Leader commit to write to the UCEA negotiators, making it clear that investment in staff must be the sector's priority, in the same way it is for students who understand that staff working conditions are their learning conditions, and call on negotiators to work with UCU to deliver an offer that rewards staff fairly and ensures that they are able to carry on doing what they love, inspiring and supporting their students. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Up and down the country, people are struggling with the Tory cost of living crisis, and university and college employees are no different. I personally want to see a fair settlement for UCU members, and I would be happy to write to the UCEA negotiators to urge them to work with UCU to deliver an offer that gives staff a fair wage.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, thank you, Councillor Ward. UCU members would welcome the opportunity to meet with you and other councillors to share their experience of working in higher education and explain why they voted to take strike action. Will you be prepared to meet with them? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would welcome the opportunity to learn more from the UCU members about why they are taking industrial action, and I would be more than happy to meet with them. Thank you.
Councillor Ewan Mackey.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is for Bridget Jones, Deputy Leader of the Council. Does the deferment of the closure of the Ludgate Hill car park until after Christmas demonstrate the perfect storm facing business owners and employees alike in our city centre? Public transport use is down since the pandemic and industrial action, reduced car park journeys into the city centre due to the CAS and the new road layout, out of town centres with attractive offers and free car parking. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Deputy Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Throughout the pandemic, I did a huge amount of work listening to local businesses about the difficulties they were facing, about things that the council could do to make life easier for them. And more often than not, the response that came back was they'd like car parking spaces removed and replaced with on-street things that enable people to sit outside, enjoy space in a safe way, and lots of those things have endured post-pandemic. The particular car park that is referenced is not a decision I've been involved nor familiar with, but it is very common for businesses to massively overestimate the number of people who arrive by car to where they are. At the end of the day, most responsibility for public transport does sit with the Tory Mayor of the West Midlands, and I would urge Ewan Mackey to get in touch with him regarding any deficiencies that he finds in those services. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do indeed, Lord Mayor, and yes, I am in regular contact with Andy Street. But I'd be more interested to know in what you have to say to the Digbeth cafe owner and her employees who say it feels like we are now the last man standing, we are mopping up what's left, but that's not good for the area. Thank you very much.
Deputy Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I do appreciate that the businesses in Digbeth have had particular difficulty given the way that the combined authority has chosen to approach works to the tram. Very happy to meet with the affected business, should they be, and make representations to those responsible at CA and Midlands Metro Alliance as appropriate. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
The next item is appointments by the City Council. Are there any updates in terms of nominations? Well, that's agreed. There aren't any. We will now receive a report of the Chair of the Coordinating Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Sir Albert Ball, which sets out the work undertaken by the Council's 8 Overview and Scrutiny Committees and the establishment of 4 inquiries during July-November 2022. The time for this item is 60 minutes. I call upon Councillor Sir Albert Ball to move the recommendations.
I'm just waiting for Councillor Ball, I think, Lord Mayor.
Yes, we are. How do I go? You're right, it is. Go ahead, you ready?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In bringing this scrutiny business report for the Council today, I hope that members are persuaded by the report of the importance of overview and scrutiny committees to the functioning of this Council. During the period July to November, Cabinet members have provided reports on their respective priorities to a number of the ONS committees, and indeed have reported on some of the key strategic priorities of the Executive. Some examples are given within the report. The East Birmingham Inclusive Growth Strategy to the Economy and Skills ONS Committee, the annual report on the Birmingham Substance Misuse Recovery Service to Health and Social Care ONS, the re-procurement of the Highways PFI contract through Sustainability and Transport ONS, and the Council's response to the cost of living crisis through the Coordinating ONS Committee. This has not just been about seeking to hold the Cabinet and individual Cabinet members to account, but perhaps more importantly, providing a role for non-executive members of this Council in the development of future Council policies. It's worth noting that over the July-November period, there have been only 3 call-in requests submitted to ONS committees. None of these requests were upheld, so the Cabinet was not asked to reconsider their previous decisions. The other aspects of today's Scrutiny Business Report deal with the 4 politically balanced scrutiny inquiries that will be reported to Council meetings between April and June 2023. And furthermore, the task and finish work being undertaken by the Coordinating ONS Committee. Education and Children's Social Care ONS are looking at how the Council and its partners are working together to reduce the risks of criminal exploitation amongst young people. Health and Social Care are leading on looking at how children with diagnosed mental health conditions are supported across the mental health system, and how children and young people in psychological stress without a diagnosed mental health condition are able to access appropriate support. The Commonwealth Games, Culture and Physical Activity ONS Committee are focusing on how the legacy from the Commonwealth Games will improve access to physical activity opportunities for our disabled citizens and communities. And fourthly, the Employment and Skills ONS Committee is considering the vision for lifelong learning across the city. Lord Mayor, no doubt the individual ONS chairs or members from those committees will be commenting on these matters. I want to turn to Coordinating ONS itself, since that is the committee that I chair. We have set up a politically balanced task and finish committee or group to review the recommendations from the first phase of the Consumer Services Programme in respect of bereavement services, housing repairs, waste management, and highways. And a report on those matters, on those updates, will be brought to Coordinating ONS, firstly on Friday of this week, and then subsequently in January at some point. I'm looking at how the updates on those recommendations can be made available to all members of the Council, since there is some interesting comments that will come forward from the Task and Finish group to the Coordinating ONS Committee. And finally, in terms of the work of ONS, I just want to reflect on a matter which is not within the report, and that's another example of a cross-party Task and Finish group, where under Councillor Alex Yip, we have a group seeking to inform the development of a domestic abuse strategy. So you can see from all of that, there is quite a range of interests that coordinating overview and scrutiny committees are undertaking. And I hope, Lord Mayor, that my resume of the work of the committees over the past 5 months has illustrated how overview and scrutiny is adding value to the democratic functioning of this Council, and moreover, and I think the moreover is the important word, is helping the Council deliver on the individual interests of the citizens of this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Kerry Jenkins to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Bohr has already said, scrutiny has an important role to play in holding this Council's decision makers to account. We are the critical friend, and as the report states, the scrutiny function is fundamentally important to the successful functioning of local democracy. Lord Mayor, a lesson I learnt very quickly as a new scrutiny chair was that it did not just stop with my own committee. The breadth of our work can be seen in this report, that details how we are engaging with policy development through the setting up of our inquiries, our task and finish work, and our work programmes across all 8 committees. As Councillor Bors already stated, 4 scrutiny inquiries are currently being undertaken, giving us the opportunity to look at issues in depth, shaped by evidence from a range of sources, including Cabinet members, officers, partner organisations, and perhaps most importantly, the lived experience of citizens who use our services. The inquiry being undertaken by my committee is looking at child criminal exploitation and how the Council and partners are working together to reduce the risk of criminal exploitation for children and young people. 2 meetings have been held so far, and the terms of reference included in the papers were agreed at our last scrutiny meeting. And I'm grateful to Councillor Hughes for leading on this inquiry. I've also been involved in the Task and Finish group looking at how services in the Customer Services Programme have been responding to the recommendations and feedback received to improve customer experience and satisfaction. Something not mentioned in the report, but that Councillor Bors did bring to our attention, was the piece of work that's being undertaken on domestic abuse, and that will be a single agenda item for February's meeting. Working cross-party with Councillor Yip and Councillor Jan, we held our first information gathering session last week, and it was great to hear the voices of the groups and partners providing vital and valuable services to victims of domestic abuse. There is a lot to look at in this piece of work, but we are keen to ensure that scrutiny is involved in the refresh of the 1823 strategy and to move the focus towards prevention, not just crisis. We're not sure what this will result in, but we're hoping that recommendations for each of the scrutiny committees, to Cabinet members and to this Council will result from that work. Over the past months, my committee have received reports on the SEND agenda, the Improvement Accelerated Progress Plan, and have heard from Councillor McCarthy, the Cabinet Member for Children, Young People and Families, about her portfolio. We've heard from the Youth Justice team, from the Children's Trust and from the DfE SEND Commissioner, John Coughlin, who attended the committee in October. At our last meeting held just last week, the committee unanimously agreed not to move into private session to discuss the review that was commissioned by the SEND Commissioner to look at the Special Educational Needs and Disability Information Advice and Support Service. This meant that the meeting was adjourned. I have, however, been assured that steps are being taken as expediently as possible to ensure that the meeting is reconvened at the earliest opportunity. Finally, Lord Mayor, I would like to thank all members of my committee for the contribution they have made over the last 5 months, and also my personal thanks to all officers in the scrutiny team for their support, advice and assistance to myself as a new scrutiny chair. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I have some members that do wish to speak. I would now like to call on Councillor Deirdre Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Good scrutiny should be light on its feet and act as a critical friend. I know Sir Albert gets that, and he knows where to sit when presenting a report, which not everyone has been so savvy about in recent months. We have a report here which highlights scrutiny reviews which were decided last summer and which now, in December, are only just getting going. In the old days, some of this year's scrutiny reports would have been finished and being presented to full council in December and January. But here we are with scrutiny committees starting to collect evidence for their reviews, and the world has moved on. 2 really important issues have come up recently: damp in homes and the treatment of whistleblowers at UHB. Scrutiny needs to be picking up these issues in the future as they warrant close scrutiny.
Sorry? Thank you.
Can you put the clock back a few seconds
Yes.
for me? Thank you. No, it's okay. Scrutiny is not party political. The resources of scrutiny are not there to cover up any failings of the council or its partners. They should flag up what's gone wrong in order to put it right and make sure it doesn't happen in the future. And that means asking the right questions. Which brings me to the forthcoming visit of the Transport Committee to the University Station, which I have been invited to as a local councillor, which is good because local members have local knowledge. So let me flag up 2 important questions for the committee when they go. Namely, why is it so late being finished? And why didn't they build a car park? University Station was supposed to be finished for the Commonwealth Games. They may tell the committee it was only ever going to be half finished by then, but that is not true. The first briefing the Edgbaston councillors had was for a fully completed station for the Games. Then nothing happened for about 18 months, and suddenly it's only ever going to be partly completed for the Games. It slipped, and I think the committee should find out why. Secondly, its location. It's not near any residential properties. Well, that's where it is, we all know that. But other stations have car parks. It's not unusual to have a car park at a station. But by failing to use the massive rebuilding of this station to install a car park, we are left with what is basically a one-way station. It's useful for people travelling to the hospital and the university and then home again, but it is not useful for local people who want to leave Edgbaston to travel to work or go somewhere else and come back again because of its location. Not everybody can walk and cycle, and there is simply nowhere to park, and it's not convenient to park anywhere else. There's no parking in the road because of the hospital and the university. So how can 2 such basic mistakes be avoided in the future? That, I think, is a real important question for scrutiny, big questions that they should be asking, and I hope they rise to the challenge. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Can I call Councillor Bridget Jones?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Ball, Councillor Jenkins and to all of the other scrutiny members for their work on this. Councillor Ball hoped to convince members by his report of the importance of scrutiny. Can I say on behalf of the whole executive, that importance is understood, it is respected, and we thank the members of scrutiny for providing their constructive challenge and their insight into work. It is not for the executive to direct scrutiny, it is to be open to it and to respond to it and any recommendations that come from it. And we pledge to continue to do just that. You've chosen a very comprehensive programme of work as set out in the report. I've got no doubt that will provide us with really good insight into the issues that you've chosen to shine a light onto, and I thank you for choosing them. I remember the groundbreaking piece of work Vulnerable Children Overview and Scrutiny did many years ago on child sexual exploitation, led by now Honorary Alderman Anita Ward. It gives me no pleasure that this issue has now evolved into child criminal exploitation, but I'm very pleased that under Councillor Jenkins' leadership, the committee is picking this up and again continuing that really important legacy of work in some of the most difficult issues in our city. There's a huge number of agenda items here that provide insight into things that come up really briefly in this council chamber. We know we're starved for time in council meetings. There isn't time to get into things and the level of depth that our residents would want us to. Scrutiny provides a fantastic platform for members to really get under the skin of issues and shine a light on things that our residents really want us to. And they are a great opportunity for members to engage on that. And as Councillor Alden has said, it is a cross-party effort, scrutiny, and it needs to remain so. It is one of the few forums where we come together on a cross-party basis to look at issues and to make recommendations. So again, I'd just like from the executive to thank all our scrutiny members and our chairs for their work. Look forward to participating in some of these. Looks like less forward to a grilling from you all, but that's part of the job, so we will get that in the diary as appropriate as called in for each of us. And thank you for your work that truly does make a difference to the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Roger Harmer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome this report and I welcome the work that's being done across the scrutiny committees of this council on the areas highlighted by Councillor Bohr. However, and I'd like basically to refer back to comments I've made before on this subject, I am concerned about the lack of capacity within the scrutiny function, which means that we are only doing 4 task and finish, 4 full scrutiny reports, and completely agree with what Councillor Deirdre Alden said about the lack of capacity means that we are unable to be as nimble and as quick to respond to changing circumstances and new issues that come up and launch, where appropriate, scrutiny inquiries into them. So I do hope that, bearing in mind what Councillor Bridget Jones has just said about the support the executive has and how the executive welcomes the work done by scrutiny, that the executive will consider putting what would be, in the scheme of what these councils spends, a tiny, tiny amount of extra resource into the scrutiny function to allow extra work to be done. And so that, for example, the scrutiny committee that I sit on, Housing and Neighbourhoods, does not have one single full scrutiny inquiry being done on it this year, which means that across the areas of the 60,000 council properties we manage, the issues around retrofit of those, the issues around tenant participation, the issue around the whole issue of waste and so on, we don't have any scrutiny, full scrutiny inquiries taking place. Now, I am participating in the Task and Finish group about the customer complaints process, which of course does cover some of the housing and neighbourhoods areas, and is throwing up a number of very interesting issues that I think actually would merit more in-depth work. But I very much hope that the executive will provide that extra resource so that we can not only do the great work that is currently being done, but do more work and respond more quickly to new issues and pressures as they arise. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mick Brown.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the past 6 months has been a very busy time for the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, as will the next 6 months. Before looking at the committee's work, however, I want to thank the Scrutiny staff team for their amazing commitment to supporting the committee. I also want to thank the committee members who have committed to supporting not only Birmingham's Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee and the Solihull and Sandwell Joint Overview and Scrutiny Committees, but also 2 of the 4 scrutiny inquiries currently in play, i.e. the Children and Young People's Mental Health, which I chair, and the Commonwealth Games Legacy, led by Councillor Deakin. Before reviewing our work programme, I wanted to remind Council that we have been working on the implementation of the recommendations from 2 scrutiny inquiries on period poverty and infant mortality. Well, all the recommendations have been completed and 7 of the recommendations fully actualised. We've worked with Councillor Jenkins for her committee to follow up on areas from the period poverty report which relate directly to educational establishments. So thank you, Councillor Jenkins, for agreeing to do this. Lord Mayor, members may be aware of the recent BBC Newsnight item relating to University Hospitals Birmingham. Along with my Vice Chair, Councillor Pocock, I am working with the Chair of Solihull HOSC to decide on the most effective way to respond to this and to clarify the items highlighted in the news report. There have been 4 HOSC scrutiny meetings so far in a busy municipal year, and while it may not be the most eye-catching item in the report, I believe that the creation of the integrated care system and the separate place partnerships for both Birmingham and Solihull, as well as a unified integrated care board, signifies a significant structural change in the way that health provision is governed, and the Council needs to be proactive in ensuring that its inputs don't get lost in this myriad of NHS bodies. Lord Mayor, in line with the Adult Social Care Director's policies, committee members have kept an attentive eye on services within our remit through constant monitoring of quarterly performance reports against contracted goals, for example, with that of Forward Thinking Birmingham. In addition, members have also been keen to monitor both the operational and strategic vision of the many services that fall within our remit. Lord Mayor, besides meeting with the Cabinet member, I have briefings with the Director, Graham Betts, on important upcoming subjects, such as the creation in 2023 of the Liberty Protection Safeguards and the fair cost of care legislation and funding stream, which, if it does start, will have a significant negative impact on the ability of many local authorities to finance the number of care packages that they currently do. Lord Mayor, it has been an honour and a pleasure to hold this role, and I look forward to the challenges in the next 6 months of the municipal year. Thank you.
Councillor Sharman Lal.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I stand as Chair of Sustainability and Transport Overview and Scrutiny Committee. It's an honour to be a Chair of the Scrutiny Committee and play my part in holding the council to account and ensuring that the decisions that we take are best for the people of our city. As this report states, so far this year, Sustainability and Transport Overview Scrutiny Committee has received a range of reports. Lord Mayor, we have received a report on the clean air zones, which is not only helping to reduce the dangerous levels of pollution in our city centre, which was leading to 900 deaths per year, but the money that it raises is being used to clean up the air and make the streets safer for communities across the city. How residents move around the city is crucial for building a city fit for the future. And we simply must clean up our air if we are to meet our Route to Zero targets and improve health outcomes for citizens. Lord Mayor, we have received a report on the re-procurement of highway PFI contract. This will help us, the Council, to move on from the symbolic contract that the last Conservatives and Lib Democratic administration left us with. The new contract means that we will be able to set up about fixing the roads across the city, making them safer for all our road users. The role of scrutiny is crucial, and I'm pleased that this report contains the important details and inquiries that my colleagues will be taking on over the months ahead. Each of the 4 inquiries can help to improve the lives of children and young people, get them into work, and secure the legacy of the Commonwealth Games. Lord Mayor, I would like to pay the tribute to the scrutiny officers from the Council who work hard to provide members with the information that we need, and ensure that inquiries take place. None of this work would be possible without them. Lord Mayor, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee has will continue to be a critical friend of the Council and work to build a cleaner, safer and better Birmingham for everyone. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Along with other colleagues, I just want to acknowledge the very hard work of scrutiny officers, including Christian Skade, Head of Scrutiny and Committee Services, sat up there in the gods, as is appropriate, who are doing a sterling amount of work for us on our behalf in scrutinising very weighty issues. As the Chair has mentioned, we have got a considerable amount of work at the COWOD scrutiny, but I do want to make a plea to the Executive. I do feel that we do need more resource, and scrutiny officers do need more time, money, officers and support so that we can expand the role of scrutiny and respond to emerging challenges, as Councillor Oldham has mentioned, because we are a fast-moving city and these are very challenging times at the moment. I do feel that once we've already designed and agreed the programme, it's already starting to move very quickly out of date, and we do need to have more resource. In the past, we used to have multiple reports coming through into COWOD. Scrutinies themselves could challenge and take independent inquiries, and I do feel this has somewhat been stripped away. My second point as well, and as already been mentioned, I'm grateful for Sir Albert Ball for allowing me the opportunity to take the lead on some domestic abuse work that we're doing cross-party alongside Councillor Kerry Jenkins and Councillor Miriam Jan. We are able to do, already have started to look at some work in refreshing the Council's domestic abuse strategy leading to 2023. And again, this has only been made possible because of Christian Skade and some nimble foots and some able support from other council officers to find a way of getting other scrutiny support to enable us to do this. Without that, I feel that we would not have been able to move this very important issue forward, as has been seen. This is an issue which is so important it's now come to full council for motions led by the Liberal Democrats as well. So I do feel if we were able to have a plea for more resource and more efforts so that we are able to respond more quickly to emerging challenges. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I stand as Chair of the Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee, a role which I'm incredibly proud of. As colleagues from across the chamber have said, the role of scrutiny is incredibly important in being a critical friend of the Council. This is a vital period for Birmingham's economy, as following the success of the Commonwealth Games, we must now use our position to attract more jobs and opportunities to our city and reduce the levels of poverty that continue to hold back so many and too many lives in Birmingham. The Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee has considered reports on the East Birmingham Inclusive Growth Strategy and our Future City Plan. These two reports will help to shape the future of Birmingham, delivering levelling up in East Birmingham and building a city fit for the future. I was grateful to the Leader of the Council for attending the committee in October to report on the Perry Bar Master Plan, which will deliver thousands of new homes, new jobs and better transport links for Perry Bar over the next 20 years. I was also grateful for the Deputy Leader and the Cabinet Member for Children and Young People and Families for attending the committee in November to report on their work on employment skills and inclusive apprenticeships. Giving people the skills that they need is going to be crucial in helping people into work, especially in the green industries of the future. That is why the committee is holding an inquiry into employment and skills, focusing on how the Council is responding to the Breaking Down Barriers report that was released in 2021. The terms of the inquiry are laid out in the report, and they focus on how we can support young people to build the confidence and resilience they need to access the world of work. How we can develop a citywide mentoring scheme, facilitate work experience, reshape careers advice and guidance services, and deliver a locally designed scheme of employment support for young people and businesses. The inquiry will consider data and evidence from a wide range of sources, and we will be reporting to City Council at a meeting on the 4th of April 2023. If this inquiry is successful, then we can help to reduce unemployment, increasing skills, and ultimately reducing poverty across the city. This shows just how important good scrutiny can be in supporting the aims of the Council and delivering for the people of our city. And I'd like to place on record my thanks to all members of the Scrutiny Committee who I know are very passionate about supporting young people. So thank you.
Councillor Diane Donaldson.
Sorry, it should have been me.
Someone's pressed the button. Yeah.
Councillor Idris has pressed the wrong button.
Councillor Idris, then.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I speak as the Chair of the Housing and Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And Lord Mayor, Housing and Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny Committee met on the 23rd of June this year to discuss its priorities for 22-23 work program. And since then, the Housing and Neighbourhoods Scrutiny Committee has received reports on performance for city operations and housing. Lord Mayor, it has also received reports on delays in birth and death registrations. Lord Mayor, while it is very important to have speedy registration of deaths, it's equally important to have births registered quickly as well. Otherwise, there would be a delay in families applying for child benefit, working tax credit, and child tax credits if the parents are on low incomes. Lord Mayor, the committee also contributed towards the outline development of the new housing strategy. Lord Mayor, the committee has also started gathering evidence regarding cleaner streets and localization. And we have had officers from Wigan Metropolitan Borough Council giving their evidence as to how they have tackled with fly tipping, litter, and keeping streets cleaner. Lord Mayor, on the 15th of December meeting, we have officers coming from Derby giving evidence about their work in tackling these issues, and both Wigan and Derby seem to have done well in tackling these really concerning issues. Lord Mayor, the committee received a call-in request on the Cabinet decision on the capital funding bid for proposed introduction of car parking charges across selected BCC parks. Lord Mayor, the decision was not referred back to the Cabinet, but a letter outlining the committee's concerns was sent to the Cabinet Member for Environment and Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources. Lord Mayor, the committee also considered a petition on ban on the use of pesticides, and the committee's resolution was set out in a letter to the Cabinet Member for Environment, and a report will be brought back to the future meeting of the Housing and Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Lord Mayor, 2 Cabinet members attended committee meetings to report on their portfolio priorities. The Cabinet for Environment in July 2022 and the Cabinet Member for Housing and Homelessness in October 2022. Lord Mayor, the Cabinet Member for Environment also reported on the implementation of the Reducing Fly Tipping Inquiry, and the 2 outstanding recommendations would be brought back to the meetings in January 2023. Lord Mayor, Housing and Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny Committee also considered a request for call-in on 29th of November 2022, and the Cabinet decision Housing Repairs, Maintenance and Investment 22-24 was called in by Councillors Julian Pritchard and Councillor Rob Grant. And the request for call-in was rejected, but a letter on behalf of the committee from the chair was written to the Cabinet Member for Housing, Homelessness and Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources. Lord Mayor, the letter highlighted the concerns raised by the committee members and also raised the Councillors Julian Pritchard and Councillor Rob Grant's concern. And mainly it was the division of the contract. The independent consultant ARC recommended the contract is divided into 4 lots, but this was recommended for two lots. And tenant engagement, it was felt that the tenant engagement was not fully comprehensive. And officer delegation, well, it was felt that it is within the remit of the council to have give delegated powers to the officers, but to of this sort.
Time, Councillor. Councillor Simon Morell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Simon Morell for Frankly Great Park Ward. I wasn't going to speak on this item, but I thought I had to because I'm the longest serving member of the Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and I stand here now as the Shadow Cabinet Member for Children and Young People in Britain's Second City, and a proud member of the Education and Children's Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And I want to stand up here to really be an ambassador and a defender of scrutiny, because as has already been said by Councillor Bridget Jones, scrutiny is supposed to be independent from the executive. And it's one area where we actually can put our political differences aside and actually get some real work done for this city. Because this chamber, I'll be completely honest with you, after 4.5 years, it often feels like a pantomime in here. And the only real way you get your voice heard is if you pull a little bit of a political stunt, like wearing a Christmas hat every now and then. But when it actually comes to scrutiny, we actually pull our differences aside and get stuff done. And I want to defend that because the task and finish and the inquiries that we're doing at the moment, there's 4 of them, and I'm proud to be serving on 3 out of those 4 are really, really important pieces of work. One of them is on criminal exploitation, something that affects my constituents. And frankly, with counterline drug gangs, as you know, I dropped out of school myself, could very easily have wrapped up in that sort of crowd. And it's something that I'm really, really happy with. The team that we've got on that committee are a really good rounded bunch of people that I know that we're going to do a good job on that. The second one is children's mental health. The first 5 years of a child's life can literally have serious impacts on where they go in their life. And mental health is one of those areas, as you know, Maiden speech was on suicide prevention. It's one area that we just don't talk enough about. And so I'm really looking forward to exploring that with some titans on the council, such as Paul Tisley. And finally, employment and skills. Councillor Jane Francis, I'm looking at you. You know, people will know my time in economy and skills, how passionate I am about talking about employment and skills. And I can tell you, there was an interesting stat, I think it was Ian Ward said, that if every business in Birmingham was to hire just 1 young person, you would solve youth unemployment. And we're the youngest city in Europe. So that's quite an interesting statistic, and I think that should be a marketing campaign, actually. Every business should know that, because they could do some good. But finally, the one thing I wanted to talk about is I was really sad to see last week in the newspapers about so-called political interference on one of the scrutiny committees regarding a review into the CENDIAS service. Colleagues, it was me who's been pushing for that review to come to scrutiny, precisely because scrutiny is an independent body separate from the executive. The government is overtaking the executive, not scrutiny. And when I see a review as damning as that into a service that is vital to parents in this city, that needs to be scrutinised. And people from Sendias should have a right to come in front of that committee and answer questions about serious claims that have been made about them. And I tell you what, I was so relieved at the last Educational Overview and Scrutiny Committee to have all my colleagues unanimously vote with me when they tried to put that into private session. That has to be in the public domain. And you know what? I haven't gone to the press. I haven't done anything in my role to interfere with what's been happening there. But when you try and interfere in scrutiny, my goodness, will I show my teeth and will I stand up for the scrutiny process, because it's the one part in this city where local democracy actually works. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I call Councillor Jack Deacon?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and may I just apologise to Councillor Deirdre Alden for interrupting her during this debate to make a declaration of interest. I would not wish to interrupt Councillor Alden because I often appreciate her comments and her robust debate. But I recently heard that when she first joined the council, she would often speak in rhyme. Now, I don't know if that's correct, but perhaps she can bring that back. It's been a busy municipal year so far, and the past couple of meetings of the Commonwealth Games Legacy, Culture and Physical Activity Scrutiny Committee have been productive and given us opportunity for further overview and scrutiny work to slot into our work programme. I'd like to thank Councillor Ward, Leader of the Council, and Cabinet Member Councillor Francis for having visited our committee a number of times so far. What they have provided is further lines of inquiry to scrutinise them on. I certainly look forward to that, and I hope that they do too. As a committee, we have questioned the executive on the financial security of our museum, and we have requested a financial report to be provided to our scrutiny committee so that we may work to ensure the long-term sustainability of precious assets such as this. As part of the cost of living response, we know that our libraries and other cultural assets are now being used as warm spaces, and we were provided with an update on the number of spaces being used. This is a rolling project, and we are aware that the Council will continue to accept assets, community groups, and spaces registering as a warm space. So to any councillors in here, please ensure you are continuing to review what spaces in your ward can be used as a warm space and encourage those responsible to register with the council as a warm space. I personally would encourage you to consider what other things can be offered at these spaces to maximise the benefits so that they are more than just warm spaces. The Council has allocated £1.5 million towards the annual festival, which will be a fantastic celebration of Birmingham culture, but we'll be making sure that we scrutinise how this money is allocated and used to ensure it is value for money for our taxpayers. Whilst not explicitly within the remit of our scrutiny committee, thank you to Councillor Storer, we have agreed that we will do some work to scrutinise car parking charges at our country parks within the sphere of physical activity. I'm sure other committee members will be interested to delve into this to seek clarity and analyse the impact so that we can make informed decisions. Outside of committee, the Task and Finish group, chaired by myself with Councillor Moore, has launched our inquiry with the key question being how will the legacy from the Commonwealth Games improve access to physical activity opportunities, both participating and spectating, for our disabled citizens and communities. Members will have already received an email detailing how you can contribute to the collection of evidence for the inquiry, and I encourage you all to share the ask with your residents and community groups. I just want to put on record my thanks to Amelia Murray and Amanda Simcox, who are scrutiny officers who have been very welcoming to this new role for me and incredibly supportive. I hope that we will have meaningful resolutions and recommendations that can change people's lives for the better and to maximise all important physical activity and sport engagement and participation in line with ensuring that everything, everywhere, is everyone's battle and everyone's business. Thank you.
Councillor Liz Clements.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. And it's just a quick contribution from me. I'm, as a former scrutiny chair in the last term of the council for 4 years, I'm just so delighted to hear this report, because I think we've seen this afternoon that we've got a set of scrutiny chairs who are independent-minded and stand their ground. So I'm very sure that scrutiny is in safe hands in this council, and I think the amount of activity that's underway is admirable. And I just wanted to comment briefly in response to Councillor Alden. I think, like her, I think it's entirely appropriate that the Transport Overview and Scrutiny Committee is making this study visit to University Station, because I think we're all interested in seeing the construction there being brought to a swift conclusion. I ride past there quite often nowadays along the canal, and it's intriguing to see what's going on. I'd also note that we have made a contribution as Birmingham City Council through the net surplus revenue from the clean air zone. So I think it's very good that our scrutineers are going to go there and ask questions to TfWM and the rail executive who are overviewing the construction of the station. It's obviously a station that desperately needed investment. As my late partner worked at the university campus for 20 years, I frequently was a passenger getting off and on at University Station, and it was almost like getting on and off a Japanese bullet train at times. You had to sort of push yourself on and off the train. So it's in everyone's interest for us to have that new station finished and completed. But I did just want to say to Councillor Alden that what we're trying to develop across the city is an integrated transport network where we give people options for public transport and active travel for that last mile journey at the end of a train journey. And that's the whole strategy that we're trying to achieve through the Birmingham Transport Plan, and it's one that's being adopted for the Camp Hill stations as well. And yes, we have got other stations around Birmingham like Longbridge or Selly Oak that are intended as park and ride stations that have got large car parks, but the strategy that we're pursuing now is to try and challenge car dependency and give people those real choices to use local rail services, bus services, or choose to walk and cycle. So one question that I knew would be, obviously it's not my role as a cabinet member to suggest what you might ask when you go there, but I'd like to know, what's being done to ensure that there's a really good bus service to and from the station, and docks for hire bikes and safe cycle routes. And I know that the Harborne councillors would want me to emphasise as well that there's a need to develop some good network of cycling routes to allow people to leave the university campus and also the UHB hospital campus, which are both massive employers. And if we can get people working on both those sites to walk and cycle and use public transport, we can start to address the congestion, poor air and traffic problems that we've got around Bristol Road and in the south of Birmingham generally. So that's what I just wanted to reflect on and in response to Councillor Alden's contribution. Thanks very much.
Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I likewise just want to make a very short contribution to this debate, particularly to welcome the report that's been brought forward and to echo those thanks that have been extended already to all the officers in the Scrutiny Office for their hard work that they've done so far, and also for the remainder of the municipal year, and particularly as we've now launched a number of inquiries call for evidence. I'm particularly looking forward to my contribution to that. I'm on 2 of the inquiries taking place, and as Councillor Deakins touched on, I've been asked to be Deputy Chair of the one on the Commonwealth Games Legacy, which I'm very much looking forward to hearing the feedback from those who have experienced difficulties both participating and spectating, and I'm particularly grateful for him extending that to include spectating, because I know certainly one of the Commonwealth Games was an amazing event, it was fantastic, but there were some criticism. I know one of the things that did feature was that the spectating for those with disabilities was not as good as it could have been, and I do want to ensure that we look at how we can learn from those lessons to ensure that those with disabilities can view the sporting activities that we have in this city, and I very much look forward to the work that we're going to do, and hopefully we'll be able to have an opportunity to see some of the venues, to see what they do to ensure that those with disabilities are able to enjoy the viewing experience as well as improving participation. So I'd certainly want to ensure that anyone who wishes to contribute to that call for evidence, please do share that, because I'm very, very keen to hear what the public think on that, as well as those from interest groups. But I do want to echo the comments from my colleagues around it's a shame we're only doing 4 scrutiny inquiries this year. I certainly remember when I first joined the council, which was 11 years ago now, that every scrutiny committee used to do at least 1 inquiry, sometimes more. And it is disappointing, given the important issues that are taking place in this city, that there's a real lack of a chance for scrutiny to get to grips with that. And we've been touched on the issues at UHB, but also, you know, certainly this situation with damp and mould in properties is incredibly serious. There are real concerns across the country, and people are quite rightly very worried about the implications of what may happen. And it's important that we as a council look at that. I know there are discussions ongoing already, but it's important that scrutiny has a role to play to ensure that this council is doing everything that it can to protect our tenants. One thing I also want to talk about, because obviously I'm new back to scrutiny. It's been a while since I've been on a scrutiny committee, so this is the first year since I think 2015 I've been on one. And I've shared this feedback already with Councillor Brown as I've joined the Health and Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. But another backward step I'm really concerned about is that we have very well-paid officers coming along to these meetings and reading out the reports to us. And quite frankly, you know, we're capable of reading the reports. Time is precious, resources are precious. We shouldn't have senior officers reading out their reports to us. They should be taken as read, and there should be more opportunity for people to ask questions and have a proper debate around these issues, rather than have it spoon-fed to us. We're all capable adults. We should not be having that taking place, and I've no doubt it's not limited to health. I'm sure it's probably happening to other committees as well. So certainly I remember the time it was a case of it was taken as read, straight into the discussion, asking questions of the officers, not sitting there for 10-15 minutes and have it read out, sometimes word for word, which is particularly frankly embarrassing, especially as actually I read it quicker than some of the officers reading those reports out. So particularly disappointing. So I do hope Councillor Wall can take that point back, because I do think, given the limited resources scrutiny have, more and more time should be dedicated to actual debate and discussion and not being read out to. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kenwood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Certainly welcome the report as put forward by Councillor Boer. As we've all agreed, scrutiny can and does serve a very important part, and as my colleagues have already said, it's nice to be able to apparently leave the politics at the door and have genuine discussions about things. I would echo Councillor Harmer's concerns about the capacity, though, that exists within the scrutiny, because certainly there's issues on housing that I think we could do with looking at more closely. However, what I wanted to stand up and do was sort of highlight, I think, what a concern that I have, that there appears to be an apparent trend, certainly with call-ins, and I've done a couple of call-ins recently, that instead of calling a decision in, the trend appears to be, we won't call it in, but we'll send a stiff letter to the Cabinet member, listing our concerns. I think it'd be nice to have reassurance and have that assurance issued to all the members that a call-in is not a political decision. It is a decision that must be based on genuine concern. And if there is genuine concern about something that's been called in, then that is exactly what it should be. That's exactly what should happen. We shouldn't be sending stiff letters or letters of concern to the Cabinet member. We should actually be knocking it back and saying, answer these questions that have been brought up in the call-in process, and let's handle it properly. There seems to be a reluctance or a fear to actually knock something back to Cabinet and say, go away and come back again. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I will now call upon Councillor Sir Albert Board to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It has never been my way on occasions like this to seek to respond to everybody who's spoken and to answer every question that's been posed. And I'm not going to break that habit this evening. I do want, however, to pick up on a number of comments, specifically some from Deirdre Alden, from Roger Harmer, from Alex Yip, Simon Morrell, and lastly, possibly from Ken Wood. And I want to deal with them together in a sense. Deirdre, you're absolutely right. We were slow to get off the mark. And partly, and I'm not trying to make excuses here, but partly that was because at the senior level in the scrutiny office, we had a new set of scrutiny officers. and there was a bedding-in period as well there. But we can't do it like that again. We've got to be quicker off the mark. We've got to be more, I think the word that was used was nimble. And we've got to be able to get issues in front of scrutiny more quickly in order to deal with the immediacy, if you like, of a problem. Now, there is an issue of resource. There was at the time, we were advised that we only had resource within scrutiny to do 4 reviews. But there's a way around that. And if you look at what we are currently doing, we are finding a way around that. Because actually the resource available to scrutiny is not the resource of the scrutiny office, it's the resource of the council. And so in taking forward the work on the Consumer Services Programme, that is not resourced by the scrutiny office. That is resourced by the officers sitting in the, that support service within the body of the council. And it's the same with Alex Yip's inquiry. He said himself that he is looking out to a resource beyond the scrutiny office in order to help take things forward. And that's the way we have of, I think, dealing with this issue. And we should be exploring that rather more, because officers of the council are there to support both the executive and to support scrutiny. And therefore, the scrutiny committees should be looking rather more to bringing in some resource from beyond the scrutiny office. Now, I think also that what we have to do is approach things in that non-political way. I don't know whether members picked it up, but we've tried to encourage the ruling group, so to speak. The members of the ruling group has tried to encourage opposition members to come forward. So the chair, the vice chairs of all the inquiries, the vice chairs of inquiries are actually coming from opposition groups. And that's the way we've tried to ensure that we're binding everybody together. So this is not politically motivated, it's being taken forward in a way where the whole council is supportive of what is going on. Now, I do think that that issue of call-in, which Ken Wood referred to. Ken, look, when I chaired Resources ONS, I called in more call-in requests than anybody across the other scrutiny committees. But I say one thing in response to you. Please, when a call-in request comes in, it has to be well-grounded. That call-in request cannot have political motivation behind it. If there's no political motivation behind it, then scrutiny will respond accordingly. They will respond in a supportive way. And I think I would just make that plea. And I agree with you. It should not be about not passing something back to the executive and dealing and not dealing with it in the way that you referred to by sending a letter to the cabinet member. If a call-in is justified, a call-in is justified. And scrutiny, being independent of the executive, should be agreeing that call-in request. But please, let's not have politically motivated call-ins. I think, Lord Mayor, I've just about come to the end of the 5 minutes. I've dealt with 1 or 2 people. I'm going to leave the university station issues, Deirdre, to other people, but I will make sure that you get your questions to him so he knows in advance of what it is you want to ask. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I move the report. Be noted.
Is that agreed? There will now be a break for council members. As mentioned, you'll have a finger buffet accompanied by tea and coffee. Will be served in a banqueting suite. And I move that the council be adjourned until 17:15. Showing there's no Prosecco. tea. Right. Are we all in? We now move on to agenda item 9, motions for debate from individual members. The time for this item is 90 minutes. Could I also ask that when you present the motion, you clearly state, "I move the motion," as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Roger Harmer to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the motion as set out in today's papers in my name and that of Councillor Green. Putin's invasion of Ukraine is a horrific, unnecessary tragedy for all caught up in it. Anyone who has seen the recent photos from the fighting around Bakhmut would think they are looking at photos from the First World War, not the present day. And now we have the war crime of direct attacks on civilian infrastructure designed to try and break the will of the population. This is doomed to fail, but will cause yet more misery and potentially further refugees leaving Ukraine. And the international implications of the war are fundamental. The Ukrainians are not just fighting for the future of their nation, but also for the future of the international rules-based order on which our prosperity and security is based. We owe them a huge debt of gratitude, not to mention guilt for our failure to respond more robustly to Russia's initial invasion in 2014, which, in retrospect, Putin clearly saw as a green light to mount this year's full invasion. This time, thankfully, the response has been much more robust, whether in terms of the provision of military support to Ukraine, support for the millions of Ukrainian refugees, or the refusal to be cowed by Putin's use of energy blackmail to try to extract concessions. So, in this context, making a success of the Homes for Ukraine refugee scheme is not just morally right, but is in our own self-interest as a nation. It's a peaceful, positive way we can play our part in taking on and beating the war criminals in the Kremlin. And let's be clear, we as a nation are not bearing anything like the main burden of the refugee crisis. By mid-August, there were around 115,000 arrivals from Ukraine, 81,700 under the sponsorship schemes, mainly Homes for Ukraine, and 33,500 under the family scheme. This is out of a total of around 7.8 million refugees, with Poland hosting 1.5 million and Germany 1 million. And within the numbers coming to the UK, Birmingham has fewer than our proportionate share based on population, which is what you would expect given the nature of the scheme and Birmingham's existing huge issues with overcrowding. So, one of the points we are keen to make with this motion is that the Homes for Ukraine system is fundamentally good. And those willing and able to, with those willing and able to do the most, doing the most. And that is far better for the welfare of the refugees than being placed in paid-for accommodation and much less costly on public services. Several things follow from this. Firstly, that we must thank the hosts publicly and repeatedly for all they have done, and then provide as much support as we can in a timely way to help them make their placements a success. And I'll return to that word, timely. And finally, we should look to use this model for other groups of refugees, building on the fantastic work of groups like the Birch Network. There will sadly be more refugee crises in the future, and we need to do much better than leaving them for months and even years in temporary state-provided accommodation. And I welcome the Labour amendment in that context. And sadly, of course, we are now facing the likelihood of war continuing well past its first anniversary, with Putin's response to the failure of his armies making it unwise for current refugees to return, even when their homes are far from the fighting, and making it quite possible that significantly more will come. So learning the lessons for Homes for Ukraine scheme is important for potential future crises, as well as in order to cope with the ongoing war. And as the public questions we heard earlier and the Tory amendment make clear, there are lessons to learn. Part of these revolve around timeliness. We must get much better as a council in responding quickly and not attempting impossible perfection and making that the enemy of quick, imperfect but vital support. This is a lesson that applies across the council. Just as one example, I'm told the council will organise publicity soon to try to recruit new hosts to replace those unable to continue and to support new refugees arriving. But the ideal time to have done that was surely last month, with the publicity for the attacks on electricity and water infrastructure, and when some would have had the capacity to help more with children having just left university. Many placements will end this month, and we have too few hosts available. We also need to examine the relationship between the council and the paid-for charitable sector and unpaid community groups. In this context, I've heard unpaid community groups, and indeed hosts, say that they have felt as though they have trained up the paid-for charitable staff, providing vital support to them rather than the other way round. Members may recall recently the publicity given to a Ukrainian family in BCC temporary accommodation. Well, the good news is that they are now with a host family again. But I'm told this was arranged by an unpaid volunteer, not the paid-for team. Now, let's be realistic. This was a new situation, and we weren't going to get everything right from day one. But this is even more reason to do a quick review of what's happened and learn lessons. Looking forward, this motion has two main asks for Birmingham. First, that we should do all that we can to ensure no Ukrainian family needs to use temporary accommodation in Birmingham by recruiting more hosts and supporting pathways to private rented accommodation for those preferring this option. And secondly, that we do more to celebrate the contribution of refugees to life in our great city. And we have a call on government. The initial Homes for Ukraine scheme, while slow to get running, they have a timeliness issue too, was good, but now needs to respond to the way the war has developed and needs to allow paid-for host placements to be extended and other support provided. Hopefully, the 3-year visa period will be sufficient, but everything should be kept under review and adapted as needed, not just when the pressure of public opinion is applied. So, Lord Mayor, thank you to our hosts. Let's make our hosting scheme develop and succeed in the future. And finally, Slava Ukraine.
I call on Councillor Colin Green to second.
I rise to second the motion. In February this year, Russia started a 3-day invasion of Ukraine. 9 months later, the Russian destruction of Ukraine continues with no end in sight. A month after the invasion, Britain announced the Homes for Ukraine scheme, a scheme where volunteers could host Ukrainian families with government financial support. The public responded magnificently with a typically British willingness to help those in need. The United Kingdom has a strong, long and proud history of helping others in their hour of need. Most notably the Kinder Transport in the 30s, but also Polish resettlement in the 40s. Kenyan Asians, Ugandan Asians, Vietnamese and more besides. It's in the British character. The belief that, of course, we'll help those who need it. The government set up Homes for Ukraine and the British people responded with enthusiasm. Our own Councillor Knowles is a host of a Ukrainian family, which is why she can't speak in this debate today. She's told us some of the reactions of the families who are staying here in Birmingham. They're learning to like curry. They're trying to teach us to like borscht. They're looking forward to Christmas, but tinged with sadness because parts of their family are at home fighting still. In October, the first 6-month placement ended in Birmingham. A mother and a 15-year-old daughter were asked to leave their host family and declare themselves homeless. So far, few hosting relationships have broken down. Indeed, many Ukrainians have got jobs and successfully moved into rented accommodation. But of those that have broken down, they've relied on volunteers to help. So they've stepped forward to find them new hosts. More needs to be done as more and more placements are coming to an end. So we find ourselves at a crunch point. Placements are now ending, needing to be renewed. The war has dropped out of the headlines. It's dropped out of public consciousness as a result. Families in placements finding themselves needing to be renewed are finding themselves in emergency accommodation, and it's now that we need the council to act. I call on everyone here in this chamber to support what the people of Birmingham have volunteered to do, to give refuge to Ukrainian families, to help ordinary people who are doing this wonderful service, to ensure that no Ukrainian family is left homeless and in need of temporary accommodation. This motion calls on the council to step in and help Ukrainian families and refugees. I urge you to give your support as enthusiastically as those who have opened their homes. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I have two amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Alex Yip to move the first amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I rise to move the amendment outlined in the papers in my name. It is important to emphasise from the very outset the incredible generosity of some 400 host families across Birmingham who have opened their homes and hearts to families fleeing a country that has been invaded, attacked, bombed, has had its people killed, displaced, with lives and futures forever changed due to no fault of their own. Families and their children fleeing a war zone have found sanctuary in Birmingham, a city of sanctuary, a decision we took in this very chamber. And I'm sure we are all very proud to play our part in helping our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Our government here has provided over £10 million for this council to roll out support for host families and their guests, of which £7 million was allocated to one resettlement provider to commence work in June 2022. As has been seen in our written questions, public questions from host families sat in the back of council, in our petition and from our various questions for the past few months, considerable concern has been expressed on how this contract was awarded, the appropriateness of the decision, which we could not call in. And these questions are that host families and volunteers have themselves been asking for months without success, and have in desperation turned today to this full council chamber and us as elected members to help them seek answers to their questions. Imagine that you've taken in a distraught family who fled their home, left everything that they could not carry behind, their friends and family left all behind, and welcomed them into your home. You know one provider will be paid over £7 million by council to help no more than 1,000 people over 2 years. You try to reach them for help, advice on how to get your guests benefits, children's schooling, how to get help with their housing, seek work, safeguarding checks for themselves and for you, and advice for counselling and bereavement support. I've been told how this organisation was found very much wanting. Emails went unreplied to, telephone numbers not in service. Many host families have told me how they've had to wait months for any sort of support. I'm grateful to the Cabinet member who've indicated that they are willing to support our amendment subject to a small change, which we are very willing to accept. Because on this side of the chamber, we have raised questions repeatedly on, for example, the contract award and whether this was necessary, which other councils did not need to take on. Our amendment, Lord Mayor, we believe reasonably asked for what over 100 people have signed a petition for. And it's important to remember that this 100 people represents a significant number of the some 300 to 400 hosts of which this city is helping. It notes the concerns raised by a large number of host families regarding the speed and quality of support received and what value and impact it has had, for answers into how taxpayers' money has been spent, for openness and transparency in whether this represents good value for money, for the voice of the host families, our residents across the city that we represent, without which this scheme could not possibly have worked, to be heard. Lord Mayor, we're asking for both these points to go to scrutiny so the Executive can give proper answers to those we represent and take responsibility for their decisions and to absolutely prove that they have nothing to hide. Lord Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Rick Payne to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second the amendment in my own name. It is concerning and disappointing as we are of the belief that Councillor Knowles has not been granted dispensation to be allowed to take part in this debate and make what would be
a valued contribution given the dispensation that was granted to Labour members for exempt accommodation at the last meeting. Having had the misfortune of experiencing war-torn Eastern Europe firsthand, I have witnessed the mass migration that is the result of those poor families who have been displaced from their homes, in just the clothes on their backs, and able to take with them their worldly possessions. Forced to flee the atrocities of human conflict through no fault of their own. We have all witnessed the thousands of refugees who have been left with no choice but to leave their homelands and find solace in faraway lands with little chance of any swift return. At the start of the year, in an unprecedented move due to the sheer pace of the escalation of hostilities resulting from the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the people of this great city were asked to take refugees of the invasion into their homes. Refugees who were in desperate need of the kindness of these host families. Lord Mayor, as expected, many Brummies stepped up and agreed to act as hosts to these destitute families. The UK has committed to the largest contribution of aid match on record ever. Following the scheme that was rolled out at a pace, a number of host families have raised concerns with regard to the speed and quality of the support received from Council Commission services and the impact that this has had on both them and the refugees that they host. Lord Mayor, do these Good Samaritans not deserve answers to their questions so that the shortfalls can be learnt from and people who are not put off from offering their homes up in the future? If scrutiny do not bring in host families to establish the impact of the issues raised, then it's extremely likely that should the need arise in the future, there would be a great reluctance for the people of Birmingham to engage with similar schemes or to give vital aid to fleeing refugees because, Lord Mayor, it is a fact that bad news travels far quicker than good. The bad press that this experience has thus far received will not exactly fill future hosts with confidence that offering up their homes is a good idea for the greater good. Finally, it is imperative that future host families feel they will receive the full support of the City Council, which to date appears to have fallen short of what they expected and what other areas have been able to achieve for their hosts. Transparency around what has happened and humility in our commitment to improvement is a good start to securing that trust, which is why, Lord Mayor, I hope everyone is able to support our amendment today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor John Cotton to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do indeed rise to move the amendments in my name. I'd like also to thank Councillors Harman and Green for tabling this motion and also to indicate that with regard to the Conservative amendment, with the slight amendment that Councillor Yip referred to, we're very happy to support that as well. We certainly have nothing to hide and welcome any opportunity to set out our case with regard to this. The sheer brutality of Russia's assault upon Ukraine, including upon our twin city of Zaporizhzhia, the horrific accounts of what's happened in areas that have been occupied by Russian forces, the scale of the terror and the tragedy is a stark reminder of how fragile the global order is and of our collective responsibility to stand up against despots and dictators. As of yesterday, 564 Birmingham citizens have stepped up to offer their services as sponsors and hosts and have been matched with 901 Ukrainian guests seeking refuge here. 303 sponsors are already helping 668 guests arrive and settle here. And I join with other colleagues in saying to all of those sponsors the most enormous thank you.
They are absolutely the embodiment of the best traditions of this city as a place of refuge. And to their guests, we say welcome. This is a city of sanctuary, and our home is also your home. Whilst this city has extensive experience of providing sanctuary and refuge, most recently through the Syrian and Afghan resettlement schemes, but also through participating in the national asylum arrangements, the Homes for Ukraine programme has been a unique challenge, and we touched on some of this earlier today, because its scale has been bigger and its pace faster. 668 guests have now arrived. 100 of those arrived in the first month alone. That's more than we received in the whole first year of previous refugee resettlement schemes. So making sure that a large number of people like that arrive in such a short space of time and can arrive and settle here safely has been a big logistical challenge. The Council, for instance, has undertaken 746 disclosure and barring checks, 449 CAS checks, 405 home visits. We've also seen sponsors fail those checks, and necessary action has had to be taken to remove and rematch guests in those circumstances. We've had to work at pace to deploy payments to hosts and guests and build a network of support services. And that includes from September the provision of free 12-week bus passes for all existing and new Ukraine arrivals through the Homes for Ukraine scheme and the family visa scheme as well. We've put in place a grant scheme to support organisations working with our Ukrainian guests. And thus far we've awarded 14 grants totalling £270,000 to community organisations across the city. Now, I don't, for a moment, dispute that this has not been without its challenges, and certainly not everything has gone to plan. And we also know that there are challenges ahead, not least with regard to the long-term housing of Ukrainian guests. It's also clear that whilst we know about the challenges facing those who've arrived through the Home for Ukraine route, we don't have the comparable data for those who've come via the family visa route. Yet they're also facing challenges, and we need the data and resources to come from government to ensure that that cohort don't fall between the gaps in the system. So that's why in this amendment I'm proposing that we also include this cohort in that very welcome proposal to undertake a review on what we've learned to date, together with the calls for additional resource and support from government set out in the motion. But Lord Mayor, I think we also need to go further. Many of the pressures that we're facing in responding to the needs of Ukrainian refugees are exacerbated by the challenges that this city faces as a result of the wider failures in the national asylum system, and specifically the government's decision to try and deal with these in a manner that is frankly neither effective nor humane. At any one time, this city provides at least a temporary home to over 1,000 people awaiting a decision on their claim for refugee status. They do not get, and neither does the council, the kind of support that's provided through the bespoke resettlement schemes for vulnerable persons from Syria, from Afghanistan or Ukraine. Yet these people are also fleeing persecution and war, and indeed they will include people from those very countries that are covered by resettlement schemes as well. But because they arrive through a different route, they are treated with an appalling lack of compassion and of dignity. We see them housed in some of the depressingly bleak initial accommodation centres, poor quality dispersed accommodation, and most recently, warehoused, frankly, for long periods in so-called short-term contingency accommodation in hotels that is very often the very reverse of short-term contingency. And those people can wait for months on end for a decision, denied the right to work and forced to subsist on £5.66 a day. That's inhuman, it's degrading, and it is utterly counterproductive. And it creates huge challenges for this council and its partners, left trying to provide support for these vulnerable people without the proper resources. And we've had to step in at times using our environmental health and public health powers when the private contractors employed by the Home Office to provide accommodation fail in their basic health and safety duties. And as happens so often, we have to act at short notice when we receive a call from the Home Office telling us, not consulting or asking us, that they'll be standing up another contingency hotel within 24 hours. We've challenged this deeply dysfunctional system time and time again. It pushes vulnerable and often traumatised people into poverty and into crisis. Yet government's current policy is to double down on this failure, and the Nationality and Borders Act makes the situation worse. It doesn't create safe or legal routes for people seeking refuge. It creates a two-tier system, penalising people seeking safety based on the journeys they make. So people seeking sanctuary, including Ukrainian and Afghan refugees who reach the UK via unofficial routes, are criminalised and threatened with deportation, including via the ludicrous proposal to fly people to Rwanda. These are not the values that we should be championing as a city of sanctuary, and frankly our country can and must be better than this. So that's why I'm proposing that we join with other organisations and cities of sanctuary from across the country and a cross-party coalition of MPs in supporting the campaign to repeal this legislation and signing the pledge against these anti-refugee laws. Time and again, Lord Mayor, the people of this city have shown their compassion and solidarity with those who've come here seeking freedom and safety. They've welcomed with open arms people fleeing war and persecution in Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan and countless other places where the freedoms that we enjoy get trampled under the boots of soldiers or crushed by despots and torturers. We've got an opportunity to stand with them today, so I welcome this motion and hope that colleagues will join in supporting this amendment too. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor Martin Brooks to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm seconding the amendment set out in John Cotton and my name. Since Russia's war began on the 24th of February, unimaginable acts of barbaric cruelty have been carried out against the Ukrainian people. Within the last 24 hours, Russia has again attacked critical civilian infrastructure, in order to deprive people of power, water and heating among sub-zero temperatures. This, along with the indiscriminate targeting of civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, including a maternity hospital, blocks of flats, and the discovery of mass burial sites which indicate torture and murder of civilians, all amount to war crimes. There are cases of many thousands of children being forcibly deported to Russia. These equate to crimes against humanity. It will be for the relevant authorities in due course to determine whether genocide has taken place. But there can be no doubt that Russia's aim is to obliterate the Ukrainian people and destroy the country. We should give full credit to the British government for the very significant military assistance that it's providing to Ukraine, and we should support the continuation of this. Nevertheless, the treatment by our government of people fleeing violence across the world and seeking refuge here presents a very different picture. In Afghanistan, those local people who supported the British efforts there, for example, those people who work for the British Council in Kabul, training Afghan teachers, have largely been abandoned by our government and remain at high risk of torture and execution by the Taliban. We all recall the harrowing sights surrounding the mass airlift evacuation following the fall of Kabul last August. The desperate people who were seeking to flee an utterly murderous regime. How many refugees might we guess have been brought to safety in the UK as part of the government's flagship resettlement scheme? A few thousand? A few hundred? The number of people brought to safety is 4. The UK-Rwanda agreement represents a particularly low point in the treatment of those fleeing persecution. For a start, it's incompatible with our obligations under the 1951 UN Convention on Refugees, of which the UK was an early signatory. That convention guarantees that asylum seekers will not be returned to a country where their lives or freedoms would be threatened. That certainly applies to Rwanda. Boris Johnson said only in January last year that Kigali restricts civil and political rights and media freedom. For him to later describe Rwanda as one of the safest countries of the world, globally recognised for its record of welcoming and integrating migrants, is somewhat disingenuous. There are other aspects of this agreement which breach other provisions of the UN. The UN Refugee Agency said in a legal analysis that the Rwanda policy is incompatible with the letter and spirit of the 1951 Convention. Other concerns regarding improper treatment of vulnerable people include what John has already referred to as the warehousing of asylum seekers at places like the Manston Asylum Centre, where 4,000 arrivals were placed there, 3 times the maximum 1,600 capacity, with the consequent spread of diphtheria and other disease. People fleeing war and persecution have a right to seek safety in the UK,
and attempts to punish those who make their own way to safety must be challenged. Refugees have a right to a protection system that treats them with dignity and compassion. That's why this amendment commits the Council to signing the Anti-Refugee Law Pledge. I ask all members to support it. Thank you.
I now call Councillor Majid Mahood.
I am pleased to be supporting this motion from my Liberal Democrat colleagues, and subject to the slight amendment, as per my colleague Councillor Compton suggested, we will be supporting the Tory amendment. And finally, the Labour amendment, which I truly believe I'm supporting, strengthens this current motion. Lord Mayor, like my colleagues across the chamber, I utterly condemn Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine and stand with the people of Ukraine who have so bravely fought against it for the past 12 months, and no doubt will continue to do so with the support of the international community, including ourselves. Here in Birmingham, I am proud of our efforts to support the people of Ukraine under the Homes for Ukraine scheme. Birmingham has a long history of supporting people in their time of need, and we have once again stepped up to welcome the people of Ukraine who have fled from the war that is devastating their homeland. Lord Mayor, prior to the conflict in the Ukraine, the highest number of displaced people were from Syria. During the conflict in Syria, a lot of Brummies, including myself, saw firsthand the plight of the people in Syria. Like Ukraine, the majority of the displaced people were women and children. In Turkey, I remember an official telling one of our colleagues that you do not call them people seeking refugees, but as guests, and I'm really pleased that my colleague, Councillor John Cotton, has referred to the people of Ukraine here in this city as our guests, and I hope that's something that we all continue in this chamber. Lord Mayor, as a city of sanctuary, we have a role to play in housing Ukrainian refugees for as long as it is needed, which means that we must work to enhance our long-term plans for their welfare. Lord Mayor, on this side of the chamber, we are backing this motion, but through our amendment, make the point that any scrutiny assessment must take into account the wider issues around asylum and immigration and the existing government policy that places pressures on cities like Birmingham. Lord Mayor, we will always stand ready to support our guests, and we must also keep the pressure on the government to ensure that they are providing the support to local authorities that we need in order to care for our guests arriving in the UK. Lord Mayor, the Labour amendment also seeks to further demonstrate this Council support for the fair treatment of guests by signing the National Fight the Anti-Refugee Laws Pledge. Lord Mayor, unfortunately, successive Conservative governments have brought in draconian laws which will lead to refugees being mistreated, and that is why, through this motion, we are calling in the UK government to think again and withdraw from the UK-Rwanda agreement, repeal the Nationality and Borders Act, and work with all local authorities and communities to build a guest protection system that treats all people with dignity and compassion. Lord Mayor, we must judge our societies on how they treat those people with the least, and I am proud that Birmingham stands shoulder to shoulder with our guests, and I only wish that the government did likewise. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I rise, and I'd like to start by expressing my support for this motion. And like the support being given to the Ukrainian people in the face of the horrific Russian war of aggression, that's been truly heartwarming. As the motion states, this crisis is not likely to be solved quickly, and so it is vital that there is a long-term plan and support, and that the support is giving to the Ukrainian refugees can carry on as long as it is needed. That requires government support to continue, and Birmingham people and the council to know that support is confirmed so people can plan and have that certainty to be continuing opening their homes and their hearts to the Ukrainian people who have sought refuge here in Birmingham. The council also needs to ensure that the resources that is being used to support Ukrainian refugees is well used, and it doesn't spend money it doesn't need, and doesn't waste resources that it could be used to support more refugees and more placements. So this is why it's good to hear that we're getting cross-party support on all these amendments, which we're happy to support as well. The city and its people have done us proud on this, and the overwhelming positive response from the people in Birmingham to supporting Ukrainian refugees stands in stark contrast to the nasty, divisive rhetoric that we see in the media and amongst many politicians around wider migrant issues. Nasty rhetoric which has probably incited some of the terrible violence that we saw against hotels used to house asylum seekers. In fact, government support for Ukrainian refugees and the fact there is a Ukrainian scheme at all stands in stark contrast to the rest of the system, where there are often no safe routes from other places of conflict or countries of danger and no way for people to safely come here when they need to. A situation which will only increase the number of small boats crossing the channel. So as well as celebrating the refuge this city is providing to those fleeing war in Ukraine and rightly calling for more support while this crisis continues, let's ensure the Council does its bit as well as part of a city of sanctuary to call for a fairer system and safe routes for people seeking refuge in this country. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Roger Harmer to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Yip, can I thank you for highlighting concerns that, as I said in my speech, that we should have about the pace at which support was provided to hosts. I'm very glad that Councillor Cotton has agreed to accept Councillor Yip's amendment with minor changes. And I also believe his amendment, which builds on our motion in a way I fully support and would have talked about had I had more time available for me. Councillor Payne, I agree with you that Councillor Knowles should have been given dispensation, especially as the payments to hosts are not an income, but are there to cover the extra costs hosts have to bear. And I think that's something important to consider. I also agree with his comments about the importance of hosts being involved in the scrutiny process, and I very much hope that that will happen. Turning to the Labour amendment, which I've already said I fully support, Councillor Cotton makes a good point about the family support scheme needing to be covered as well as looking at the Homes for Ukraine scheme. And I fully share his comments about the treatment of other asylum seekers and the need to broaden what we look at in terms of how they are treated. I mean, just as an example of what he talked about, what a hotel in my ward is given over to the Home, or is block booked by the Home Office to look after asylum seekers. That was first discovered effectively by members of the community, who then contacted me, and I contacted, I can't remember, maybe in Councillor Cotton, maybe in officers, who then contacted the Home Office and were told, yes, it is. Now, that is completely the wrong way round, and quite appalling that we as a council were treated like in that way by the Home Office, but of course far worse in terms of the way that asylum seekers are left there. I think it's only 7% of those who claimed asylum last year have even had their cases dealt with. And we should be allowing those who have genuine reasons, granting them refugee status and allowing them to get on with their lives. And we should also not be putting up at great taxpayers' expense those who aren't entitled to claim asylum. They should be being sent home. It's just wrong from all angles. Councillor Brooks, I completely agree with your comments about Rwanda not being a suitable place to return refugees. Some colleagues might know that my wife actually escaped the genocide in Burundi and Rwanda as an unaccompanied child refugee with her brother, and came to this country. Now, as a result, I've visited that region in Africa, and I know those countries well. There are several of the diaspora from Rwanda and Burundi who escaped during the genocide, who it would be extremely unadvisable for them to return to that region because of their sexuality, which is simply not accepted in that part of the world. So to say that those are safe places for people to return to, and there are many other reasons as well, but I just quote that as one example. Councillor Mahmood and Councillor Pritchard, thank you also for supporting the motion as amended. It's really good that this is being done on a cross-party basis. It's something that is such an important factor that we play our role, as I said, in helping people fleeing this tyranny. And I'm really glad that the Council has come together in this way. So I'll draw my remarks to a close, Lord Mayor, at that point. Thank you.
We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor Alex Yip and seconded by Councillor Rick Payne. Those in favour? Any against? That is carried. We will now vote on the second amendment proposed by Councillor John Cotton and seconded by Councillor Martin Brooks. Those in favour? Those against? Those seconded? Those abstentions. Those abstaining? No? That is carried. They weren't 10, were they?
I don't think they were 10.
They weren't 10?
No, definitely not.
10? No? There wasn't sufficient numbers. There weren't 10.
So we need 10 people.
10 people. 10.
Well, 10 people need to stand up and prove
They need
the
to
Lord
stand
Mayor.
up, all 10.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, your decision is final. So, on behalf of the Lord Mayor, the Lord Mayor has the right to request that if you want a names vote, 10 of you will have to stand up and do that now. But we'll need to check, and the Lord Mayor's not confident, so you will need to do that again.
Sorry? You're not?
Lord Mayor, are you satisfied to accept that even though you're unsure? It's your call.
You're happy. Okay, we're happy with that. But next time, can you make sure all of you do stand up? If you do it again. Okay, please don't do it again. Okay. Names will be taken. Lock. Ring the bell. think 1 minute would be enough, wouldn't it? Lock the doors. Will members now cast their votes? Those in favour of the motion or amendment, press the plus button, and those against, press the minus button. Those wishing to abstain should press the cross X button. Have you all voted? Is it coming up?
Have they all voted?
You've all voted? Yes, they have.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Yes. It's not coming up, is it? Is it?
Oh, sorry. So that amendment is carried. That amendment is carried.
Great. We finished?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That amendment is carried.
So we'll now be back to here.
We will now vote on the motion as amended. Yeah? Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions?
Yeah, so it seems to be carried.
So carried. Yeah, that is carried. We will now move on to the second motion. We know that domestic abuse is incredibly common. This means that as well as working supporting citizens who are subjected to abuse, it is likely that people in this meeting will have experiences or know people who have experience of domestic abuse. If you need to, please do step away or take a breather during this item. If you are experiencing any type of domestic abuse, including controlling, bullying, threatening, or violent behaviour, help is available to you. Anyone suffering from domestic abuse can call Birmingham and Solihull Women's Aid Helpline on 0808 800 0028. You can also call the National Domestic Abuse Helpline, which is free to call on 0808 2000, 247 24 hours, or the Men's Advice Line on 0808 801 0327. Could I also ask that when you present the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon
Councillor Brennan has just interrupted you. She wants to speak.
So?
She needs to declare an interest.
Right, shall I reply to her now? Excuse me before I move further. Councillor Brennan? Thank you. I call upon Councillor John Cotton to move the motion. Councillor Cooner?
I also have a declarable interest. I'll be leaving the chamber as well.
Thank you. Can you name the procedure? I3.
The motion is not present in the chamber. It shall not be heard. I don't wish this debate not to be heard. I'll propose we take a vote on suspending that standing order so we can hear this debate. But I think we need to comply with the rules of procedure that are written down in our constitution.
Agreed to the change in proposal identity. So we have already arranged that, and that's agreed. So yes, I'm quite happy with that.
So we move ahead.
So we can just have a vote. All those in favour?
Right, okay. All those in favour? That's fine. I call upon Councillor John Cotton to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very pleased to move this motion, and also my thanks to you for the announcement of that very important information that you shared at the start of this debate. As has been referred to, the monitoring officers ruled it wouldn't be appropriate for Councillor Brennan to participate, but I just would, in opening this, like to put on record my gratitude to her for having brought this motion to Council and for the work that she's done, both as the former chair of this Council's Domestic Abuse Partnership Board and the work that she continues to do as the PCC's Victims Commissioner to champion the rights of victims and tackle those deep-rooted causes of domestic abuse. At the outset, I'd also want to remind colleagues of the importance of using the term domestic abuse rather than domestic violence. And we do this because abuse isn't limited to physical or sexual violence. Abusers use coercive control, they use psychological and emotional abuse. They can abuse through financial or economic means, through harassment and stalking, and via online and digital means. So that's why it's really important that we get the language right so people can come forward and seek support. We're holding this debate during the United Nations 16 Days of Action Against Gender-Based Violence. And like many colleagues, I'm wearing my white ribbon today, and I'm wearing that as a male ally, as a reminder of my responsibility to ensure that none of us excuse or remain silent on male violence against women and girls. You may have also noticed I'm wearing a lilac shirt. This is in solidarity with Birmingham Solihull Women's Aid Awareness Day, and we're going lilac, so that explains the shirt I'm also wearing. Next Monday, I'll be joining with colleagues at the Stand By Her workshop that's been organised by our Community Safety Partnership, which empowers men to become better allies to women and educate others about their role in tackling abuse and harassment. And I think initiatives like this are vital because our society will struggle to address the deep roots of domestic abuse and gender-based violence until we acknowledge that we all have a role to play, as individuals, as institutions, as activists and allies. And it's not just about how we ensure that there is support and justice for victims, it's about how we change our society, our attitudes and our behaviours so these crimes do not happen in the first place. And that is absolutely everybody's responsibility. It's why the Council adopted a domestic abuse prevention strategy in 2018, a plan we developed in partnership with agencies across the city and which was shaped by the lived experience of survivors of domestic abuse. And we wanted to set out not only how we would continue to invest in services to keep victims and their families safe, but how we could challenge those wider issues, changing attitudes so we increase healthy and positive relationships and eradicate tolerance and excuses for abuse, how we support employers to adopt a common approach to helping staff who may be at risk, and identifying and removing barriers that keep people trapped in abusive relationships, whether that's financial, our welfare or our justice systems. We've been trying to take forward this work in the most challenging of circumstances. Firstly, we had the unprecedented shock of the global pandemic, and it will be no surprise to anyone here that this resulted in record numbers of recorded incidents of domestic abuse and huge levels of demand for help and support, which we and our partners had to work incredibly hard to meet. And now, of course, we face this cost of living crisis, exacerbated, I am sorry to say, by some of the economic decisions that we've seen in recent months. But the impact of this upon victims and survivors of domestic abuse is staggering. The research carried out by Women's Aid, a widely respected charity that many of you will know here, shows that devastating impact. 96% of survivors had seen a negative impact on the amount of money available to them. 2/3 of survivors told Women's Aid that their abusers used the cost of living crisis and financial hardship as a tool for coercive control. 3/4 of women who live with or have financial links with the abuser said that the crisis had either stopped them from leaving or made it harder to do so. And what those really horrifying numbers mean for women in our city has been very powerfully captured in the recent report from the Victims Commissioner. And I would urge members to take some time to read it if they haven't done already. And this is the report here. Because numbers can sometimes be dry and unemotive. But the first-hand testimony that you read in this report is anything but. We take one example. I cannot leave my abuser. I am stuck. No money, no place to go. Sometimes I think he will kill me. And the testimony from provider agencies who are working to support women is equally troubling. One of them said, of the women they were supporting, they would rather stay with the abuse and possibly die than leave and struggle for food and bills. We've got to be better than this, and we do need fundamental change fast. We need some step up from government. We've seen a new Domestic Abuse Act passed into law and new duties placed upon councils to provide support and safe accommodation. But I have to say that hasn't been matched by sustained funding. We're still reliant on a very limited annual funding pot, and that's restricted purely to crisis interventions rather than the preventative work that we need to do. And there's no certainty over whether that resource gets renewed each year. That needs to change. We need long-term investment, and we need the flexibility to invest that in the right things locally. There's an abundance of evidence to show that the workings of universal credit, of the benefits in the child maintenance system, contrive to trap victims of domestic abuse. And we've seen how the creaking and underfunded justice system, which is also bedeviled by long delays, is failing to bring abusers to account and deliver justice for survivors. That's also been exacerbated by a decade of cuts to policing. We've seen a national crisis in the provision of affordable housing, closing off a means of escape for victims and creating huge problems in the provision of refuge and other safe accommodation. So that's why I wholeheartedly support the recommendations in this Victims Commissioner report and urge the Council to add its voice to this powerful case for change. And I also want to see renewed collective responsibility across this council for tackling domestic abuse. It isn't just a job for me as Cabinet member or for our allies on that Domestic Abuse Partnership Board, it's a job for all of us. So that's why every directorate needs to be engaged in the renewal of our prevention strategy, thinking about what they can do and the role they can play in preventing domestic abuse. And it's also why our scrutiny committees need to play their part. And the same goes for other city agencies and sectors as well. Our first duty, colleagues, in this council is to protect others from harm. And I do hope that this afternoon that we can join together and ensure that we deliver justice and safety for the victims of this appalling crime and start building a city and a society where the evils of domestic abuse are eradicated once and for all. I move, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor Maldina to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the motion in my name and that my colleague, Councillor John Cotton, has proposed. This is my maiden speech, so thank you for this opportunity. Today I stand here with great honour to say that I am a frontline domestic abuse officer who passionately helps victims of domestic abuse on a daily basis. I speak with years of experience of working with the most vulnerable in our society, and I became a councillor with the hope to be their voice. Lord Mayor, I would like to tell you a real story of a young woman that I met through the course of my work. For the purpose of this speech, let's call her Amy. Shortly after moving into the UK, Amy's husband started to spend all his time outside and hardly any time with her. He would hand over all his earnings to his mother to control, leaving Amy completely neglected and financially dependent on her mother-in-law. Amy is unable to purchase even her essential items per month. She confessed that she had to beg and slave for her basic needs. Her mother-in-law would monitor and question every penny spent. She had to hear every time that the cost of living has gone up. And we don't have money to waste. And we will get you deported. At this point, Lord Mayor, my fellow councillors, you may be wondering why would a man control his wife financially? Could Amy be buying over-elaborate items which an average person would consider unnecessary? Or could it be that a husband cannot provide an unreasonable high standard of living? Allow me to inform you that when Amy was pregnant, she was not even permitted to have a basic amount of food in a day. Whilst forced to do the family housework, this extended to verbal abuse and constant humiliation, even to the vulgar names being called towards her parents. She had to beg and not even get close to what the average person in this room would consider adequate. It took Amy being violently beaten up by her mother-in-law to get her freedom with the police intervention. By that time, Amy was mentally, emotionally, and physically tortured. and psychologically too damaged to cope with her own self. She would have taken her life if she did not have a baby to care for. Amy is now in a safe temporary accommodation with very little to provide for herself and her baby. She is in such dismay that she regrets leaving her husband. Imagine so little support is given by the government that a woman would prefer to put her life at risk than rely on a country to help her fend for herself. Many women who would now think very hard before leaving their abuser. Lord Mayor, it is our duty to use our position to help women like Amy. Mothers like her are raising the future generation of this country. Amy may be the name I have chosen for this purpose of this speech, but this is a real story. Amy represents a high population of women. According to Women's Aid, 73% of women who are living with and having financial links with abusers stated that cost of living crisis prevented them from leaving their partner and made it harder for them to leave. I would urge and encourage you all to find every drop of empathy you can for those people like Amy. We would all hate even and thought of our relatives going through this. Today we can make a difference to helping those like Amy live a more peaceful life, the right of every human being. Let's make the difference together today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I have two amendments which will be debated with a motion. I call upon Councillor Gareth Moore to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I move the amendment as set out in my name with the one change on the fourth bullet point to remove the word violence. I would also like to begin by declaring my non-pecuniary interests as a member of the Police and Crime Panel and as a trustee of Birmingham LGBT, which provides a domestic abuse service. I welcome that Councillors Brennan, Cotton and Molodina have brought forward this motion, as it is an area that is close to my heart, and I fully agree that the rising cost of living will have a significant impact for victims of domestic abuse. Victims have already had to struggle as a result of the coronavirus pandemic and its consequences, and now they have another hurdle to overcome. I certainly have no issue with calling on the government to do more in tackling domestic abuse in all its forms, but we must not overlook the significant work that has already been done. The centrepiece of this work is, of course, the Domestic Abuse Act, which has created a legal definition of domestic abuse to provide clarity that domestic abuse can be financial, verbal and emotional, as well as physical and sexual, and critically, it is about patterns of abuse over time. As part of this definition, children are explicitly recognised as victims if they witness abuse. The offence of controlling or coercive behaviour will also be extended to include abuse where perpetrators and victims no longer live together. This change follows a review which highlighted that those who leave abusive ex-partners can often be subjected to sustained or increased controlling or coercive behaviour after they have separated. Measures in the Act also include the introduction of new domestic abuse protection notices and domestic abuse protection orders to further protect victims and place restrictions on the actions of offenders. The Act will also invalidate any courtroom defence of consent where a victim suffers harm or is killed. Furthermore, a Domestic Abuse Commission has been appointed, Nicole Jacobs, whose role is to stand up for victims and survivors, raise public awareness, monitor the response of local authorities, the justice system and other statutory agencies, and hold them to account in tackling domestic abuse. To implement the provisions of the Act, a cross-government tackling domestic abuse plan has been established, which includes over £230 million of investment in tackling domestic abuse and seeks to transform the whole of society's response. The aims of this plan is to prevent offending from happening in the first place, to support victims and survivors where it sadly does occur, to pursue perpetrators in order to prevent them from reoffending, and to develop and strengthen the multi-agency, society-wide system needed to combat these heinous crimes. During the passage of the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Court Act through Parliament, the Government added measures to the legislation to change the 6-month time limit to commence a prosecution for common assault or battery involving domestic abuse is applied in England and Wales. It now runs from the date of an offence being reported to the police through a formal witness statement or video recording given, rather than the date of the offence, subject to an overall limit of 2 years. This gives victims more time in which to seek justice, given that domestic abuse is often reported late in relation to other crimes. The Government has also taken action to strengthen our laws and introduce new tools to protect victims. This includes criminalisation of forced marriage, new stalking offences, various offences related to female genital mutilation, and a new offence of domestic abuse covering controlling coercive behaviour. Furthermore, the Home Office has recently consulted on measures to strengthen the domestic violence disclosure scheme, known as Clare's Law, which will require the police to disclose information on perpetrators quicker. On the issue of funding, the Ministry of Justice will be ring-fencing a minimum of £15.7 million per annum for community-based services supporting victims and survivors of domestic abuse and sexual violence between 2022 and 23 and 4-5. A minimum of £81 million will also be provided over 3 years to fund 700 independent domestic violence advocates and independent sexual violence advocates, with plans to increase this by a further 300. Whilst all of this work and the funding commitments made so far are good, that does not mean the government should rest on its laurels, as there is clearly more that can be done. And whilst the government can do more, so can this council, hence our amendment here today. This council needs to ensure that domestic abuse services that we fund are fully protected, that victims are not put at risk by being placed in exempt accommodation that is wholly unsuitable, that we do everything that we can to support the delivery of more specialist refuge bed spaces, and to ensure that children can access local schools to continue their education if they have to move. Our amendment also recognises that domestic abuse is a gendered crime. It is much more nuanced than that. Domestic abuse can happen to men, it can happen in same-sex relationships, and it can happen on an intergenerational basis between parents and their adult children. It can also happen in ethnic minority communities where victims often have additional barriers they need to overcome, such as language, cultural practices and customs, and increased risk of isolation and stigma. We must always ensure that support is available to victims of domestic abuse regardless of their protected characteristics, whether they be age, disability, marital status, pregnancy, race, religion, gender, sexual orientation or trans. And more importantly, we must not forget about children, as they are victims too, and sadly the motion today does not mention them. Pre-pandemic, I helped out on many occasions with NCS with one of their projects where young people would pitch an issue that was important to them to a community leader. The issues each time would often be different, but it surprised me that every time I attended, one project would always focus around domestic abuse and on the need to do more for children. And they have a right, as witnessing domestic abuse in any form can have a profound effect on a young mind. I know this because I've witnessed domestic abuse. I love my mum to bits, and she's a true inspiration to me. Well, of course I would say that because I am her son. But she's not always made the best choices in life when it comes to men, which ironically, Lord Mayor, is a trait I also seem to have picked up from her as well. I intend to don't go into too much detail about that, but needless to say, my mum, my sister and I have been through some tough times together, and mum has strived hard to give us the best childhood she could possibly give, given everything that happened. One story I will share is when I must have been about 6 years old, and I came downstairs to watch kids' TV that would be on a Saturday morning, to find that the whole living room had been smashed to pieces. And I mean the whole living room. Broken glass and splinters of wood everywhere. It was like a bomb had gone off. I remember standing there thinking what on earth had happened, and then it dawned on me what had happened. The 30 seconds or so it took me to run around the house to find my mum, to find that she was still alive, is the longest and most painful experience I've ever been through, and it still haunts me 29 years later. Thanks to the love, hard work, grit and determination of our mother, my sister and I have gone on to better things, and have not allowed those difficult years to hold us back. Indeed, I would say that this has shaped us into who we are today. But we are lucky. This does not happen to all children. And we must ensure that every child who witnesses domestic abuse has the opportunity to fulfil their potential and have a future. And therefore, I hope all members here today will back our amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor Alex Yip to second the First Amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment in my name as outlined in the papers. We welcome this motion from the Labour Group, and we also acknowledge the hard work of Councillor Nicky Brennan as the PCC Victims Commissioner. We wish to further add and support the work and this fight against domestic abuse in this city through our supportive amendment, which we hope will find favour across the Chamber. Our amendment picks up concerns raised to us repeatedly by families fleeing domestic abuse, especially over provision for children. We look on Council to give priority access to students who move school due to domestic abuse and look for additional support, including counselling and advice for them. Because, as has already been said in the Chamber, Lord Mayor, victims are children are victims as well, sadly. I wish to also mention the work that Cohort Scrutiny has been doing already. I acknowledge again the hard work of Christian Slade, the Head of Scrutiny and Committee Services, who chaired a meeting of the Domestic Abuse Cross-Directive Officers Group only a few days ago, where Councillors Kerry Jenkins, myself, and Councillor Maureen Jan, a cross-party group of councillors, heard from officers and charities, including Birmingham Solihull's Women's Aid, at a 3-hour meeting where we looked at the current 2018-2023 DA strategy. We heard their experiences, their suggestions, and discussed new emerging challenges with view of taking this back to COORD in February. It is my hope that we will together be able to form a set of recommendations giving scrutiny the ability and us as councillors to contribute to the new strategy from 2023 moving onwards, and I hope through which we can also hold the Cabinet Member to task on delivering these outcomes. May I also acknowledge the maiden speech of Councillor Maldina and congratulate her on a very powerful and personal story and for sharing this with such bravery in the Chamber here today. I've been a magistrate for 13 years, Lord Mayor, and I've seen firsthand the impact of domestic abuse, the low prosecution rate, the number of instances of victims of domestic abuse and injured parties who have been intimidated, coerced, withdrawn their testimony, and then repeatedly have to come back to court again and go through a very difficult and challenging system. We know there's many people who do not know what a healthy relationship looks like. And we do need to do far more to help and support these people. One thing that is picked up in our amendment, Lord Mayor, is, as already been mentioned by Councillor Cotton, the individual testimony of individuals who are at fear for losing their home and quite often also at fear of losing custody of their children if they are to leave their partners. It is this coercive and controlling behaviour that we need to be ever more mindful of in these challenging times. Lord Mayor, I want to thank you also through you, all the officers and charities, the groups and organisations who worked incredibly hard already on our current strategy, on implementing it, on helping those affected by domestic abuse. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call upon Councillor Mariam Jan to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to propose the Liberal Democrat amendment in my name and that of Councillor Izzy Knowles. Domestic violence is documented as one of the leading causes of injury to women and in some cases men, with violence typically committed by someone who is part of the victim's domestic circle. This can include partners, ex-partners, immediate family members, other relatives and family friends, with the term domestic violence used when there is a close relationship between the offender and the victim. Domestic abuse is when a victim is subject to an incident or pattern of incidents such as controlling, conceive, threatening, degrading, violent behaviour, including but not exclusively sexual violence. Sadly, this behaviour is extremely common, with violence against women and girls prevalent across England and Wales, which can lead to the victim suffering mental health issues, attempted suicide in some cases, and homelessness. According to the Crime Survey for England and Wales, an estimated 5.5% of adults aged 16 to 74 years, some 2.3 million, experienced domestic abuse in 2019, with the police recording a total of over 1,288,108 domestic abuse-related incidents and crimes in England and Wales in the year ended March 2020. The Office for National Statistics have calculated more recent figures for the West Midlands area, with 93.848 domestic abuse-related incidents and crimes recorded in the year ending in March 22, equivalent to 32 incidents for every 1,000 people in the population. They went on to report 70% of domestic abuse-related incidents were recorded as crimes in the same period, with 1,671 domestic abuse-related prosecutions taking place, being 12% of all prosecutions in the West Midlands. Truly sobering statistics, I am sure you will agree, but it gets worse. Even if the police have been called to an incident, there were only 20 arrests per 100 domestic abuse-related crimes, and that is despite police forces employing domestic violence units or community safety units with specially trained officers to deal with domestic violence and abuse. 80 domestic abuse-related crimes go unanswered. 80 women or men subject to yet more physical and mental abuse until the police are called. During the pandemic, there was a notable increase in the demand for domestic abuse victim support services, including a 65% increase in calls and contacts logged by National Domestic Abuse Helpline between April and June 2020. Increase in the demand for the domestic abuse support were all noticeable following the easing of lockdown measures in mid-May 2020, with a 12% increase in a number of cases handled by victim support in the week restrictions were eased. Sadly, as the offence rate flagged as domestic abuse-related crime has been steadily increasing in recent years, agencies have not been able to determine if COVID attributed to these increases. Government plans to further cut funding for women's refugees could make it harder to escape domestic violence, and although the survivor may be able to apply for legal aid, this is still problematic, with many cases being complex, having costs likely to exceed several thousands of pounds. Even the government's website is not able to reassure survivors cases would be covered. The time has now come. We have to break the cycle. Although the Labour motion is a positive step, and I support its sentiments, it does read more like a wish list, with male victims not even mentioned within it once. This is why our amendment is focused on training and development in a two-pronged attack through the delivery of 2 dedicated and focused courses for both male and female alike. The first course covering what is a healthy relationship. This needs to be made available to all professionals working with young people, as well as safeguarding teams, including elected members as corporate parents, to help facilitate early interventions. By professionals identifying and providing effective early support to children and young people, we should be able to prevent problems occurring or reoccurring, tackling them ahead and when they do before situations deteriorate further. The second course relates to healthy relationship training in schools, which will enable young people to recognise unhealthy relationships, understand the complexities of relationships, and have a good understanding of strategies that can deploy to successfully address relationship issues, which will help them develop skills they need to live happy, healthy, successful lives, and most importantly, support their positive mental health. We know there is a distinct impact on children who are subject to or witness domestic violence. This trauma stays with them, with many children in this situation, saying they blame themselves for what they have seen, whereas children exposed to this world may display low self-esteem, have fewer friends, get into trouble more. For teenagers, the impact could be much worse with young people, fighting with family members, skipping school, engaging in risky behaviour such as unprotected sex, alcohol and drug abuse. In 2020-21, the NSPCC responded to over 11,600 contacts about domestic abuse, which was an increase of 35% from the period before. A mother who called the NSPCC helpline was reported as saying, "I'm scared of my husband. He has been verbally, emotionally and physically abusive for more than over a decade. He is unpredictable and volatile, and yesterday he totally flipped, smashing up the house and throwing up things. My daughter, who is 4, was present and was very upset, asking if it was her fault Daddy was so angry. I'm so scared for me and my daughter, and I wish I had got out of this situation years ago. No one, Lord Mayor, in this city of our sanctuary should live this way." Whichever way we cut it, domestic abuse has a serious impact on welfare of a child whilst increasing the risk of harm to them. We need to stop the cycle and help our young people through these desperate times. We also need to remember domestic violence is a criminal offence, although with the training we can develop early intervention strategies and give young people the tools to help themselves and break that cycle. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Izzy Knowles to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment proposed by Councillor Jan. When I was a rookie police officer back in the early 80s, the term domestic violence was not something we were taught in training school. Neither were we given any training in how to recognise signs of abuse. We didn't even have a power of arrest unless the victim could show us that they'd been injured. It sounds shocking today, and it was shocking then, but the majority of incidents, which we called domestics, resulted in the victim being told there was nothing the police could do, and she, because it was nearly always she, should see a solicitor and take civil proceedings for common assault. Over the years, society's attitudes and our understanding and subsequent intolerance of domestic abuse has changed, largely due to years of campaigning of women's groups. Legislation has provided police officers with powers to take action, training is thorough, and although there's always room for improvement, the seriousness of domestic abuse as a crime is no longer questioned. Indeed, the appointment of a Victims Commissioner by our own Police and Crime Commissioner is evidence of the importance of tackling this head-on. However, we still have so far to go. The charity Living Without Abuse reports that domestic abuse will affect 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men in their lifetime. It leads to, on average, 2 women being murdered each week and 30 men a year. And in lockdown, domestic abuse saw 163 victims killed, a rise of over 50%. It accounts for 16% of all violent crime, and it's still the violent crime least likely to be reported to the police. It has more repeat victims than any other crime. On average, there will have been 35 assaults before a victim calls the police. And it's the single most quoted reason for people becoming homeless. Domestic abuse doesn't discriminate amongst people. It involves the misuse of power and is based on a range of controlling behaviours, which can include, but is not limited to, physical, sexual, psychological, emotional or financial abuse, when the abuser is known to that person through an existing or past relationship. And domestic abuse can occur in any relationship, including same-sex relationships and with family networks. And even worse still is the effect domestic abuse has on children. 1 in 7 children under the age of 18 will have lived with domestic abuse at some point in their childhood. 1 in 7. Taken across this chamber, this would mean 15 people in this room have lived with domestic abuse sometime in their childhood. Across this city, that means a staggering 163,000 people will have lived with domestic abuse sometime in their childhood. Take a moment to think that through. We thank the work of the Victims Commissioner in this field. We feel the motion does not go far enough in ensuring our children and young people are protected from the devastating impact of domestic abuse. Our amendment seeks to improve the Labour motion by training professionals, including counsellors, to play their part not only in recognising and reporting signs of abuse, but in teaching our young people into understanding, recognising and dealing with domestic abuse in their own lives and amongst their peers, and empowering them with the skills and knowledge to build conscious, positive connections with people and lead healthy relationships. Let's ensure we're not still debating this subject 40 years from now and get that 160,000 young people down to 0. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jack Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I begin, I would like to echo Councillor Cotton's points about the terminology that should be used when discussing this important issue. It's vital that we use the terminology as set out in law, that we refer to this issue as domestic abuse and not domestic violence, as domestic abuse is not just about physical abuse but can include so much more, such as emotional and psychological abuse, manipulation, exploitation, coercive control, isolation, and topically, as has been discussed already, financial abuse. We know that financial abuse and domestic abuse go hand in hand with perpetrators using the cost of living crisis to keep their victims close at hand and to further manipulate and use them. Warm spaces and food pantries are an opportunity for so many to find sanctuary and access support. In my ward at St Bart's Food Pantry at Allens Cross Community Centre, I've been really proud to have worked alongside our volunteers and supported our members through difficult times. I take my responsibility seriously that as men, it is our duty to be upstanders against intimidation and abuse towards women and girls. At the pantry, we regularly come across people suffering domestic abuse at home and survivors of domestic abuse who still struggle with what they have suffered. It's vitally important that we recognise how multifaceted abuse can be and the long-term impact it can have on the careers and families of survivors. Proactively, we've asked Women's Aid to attend our pantry alongside other partners around mental health and other issues so that we can provide access to targeted support for members of our pantry. Women and girls need the financial freedom and independence to escape from their perpetrators, but it is made all the more harder as the cost of living crisis intensifies. We must also remember that it is not just women who survive domestic abuse, but their children too. The Domestic Abuse Act made children victims in their own right, which is a much-needed step, but a report from the National Domestic Abuse Commissioner showed that 29% of victims could not access support for their children. It's clear that when we discuss this issue, that we are not as diverse in our debate, as diverse as the issue itself. When people discuss domestic abuse against women and girls, one of the often short-sighted criticisms is that we don't talk about other victims of abuse, such as men. However, people fail to remember that domestic abuse is a gendered crime whose victims are mostly women, but even when not, the perpetrator, regardless of the victim, tends mostly to be men. It is men who, for the most part, abuse women, and it is men, for the most part, who abuse men. It is men, for the most part, who also abuse children, which is why the targeted support that we call for and that exists is intended to target this specifically. And I want to thank Councillor Moore for sharing his experience specifically, because it is very similar to mine around physical and financial abuse that is intergenerational. And every man in this chamber has a responsibility to be upstanders for women's safety and not bystanders to intimidation and abuse. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sam Forsyth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. For every second that we've been discussing this topic, some person or people in each one of our wards across the city will have been hit. They will have been told that they were useless. They will have been told that they were ugly. They will have been told if they don't behave, they'll have their face smashed in, or something will happen to their kids. They will be told, you won't get any money because I'm the person who pays the bills. The person who pays the bills knows the power of those words. They know that if they issue them, the person they're saying them to will behave. It's called control. It happens day in, day out, and sadly it has been happening since time immemorial. It has to stop. And it has to stop now, and it stops with the behaviour of all of us acknowledging that it is a problem, that it exists, and all of us standing up and saying no. And it starts with how we raise our children. Because let me tell you what the effect is of domestic abuse on a child. And I salute Councillor Moore for sharing his experience. I was 7 when I was taken to live in a women's aid refuge by my mum. She'd finally had enough of being a punch bag. She broke when my stepfather pushed me down a flight of stairs. Those of you who know me know I have a disability in my left leg. That disability started when I was 7. And I remember being in this strange place, no friends, not knowing where I was, but feeling safe for the first time in my life. Not having to worry that if I put a light on, I'd be told to turn it off. If I said something that my stepfather didn't like, either I or my mother would be hit. But he kept phoning the refuge because people have a way of finding out where people are. And he kept saying, come back because I'll pay. And she did go back. She went back and I went into care because I decided at that age enough was enough. And throughout the rest of my life, I have decided always to put those who suffer domestic violence and abuse first. Because let's be clear about this, it could happen to anybody at any time, from any walk of life. As a criminal barrister, I've sat in rooms, I've prosecuted people who have done this, and I've sat in rooms with victims who said, I can't do this, I'm frightened. He or she will see me. And I've had to sit there and say, no, you can have the courage, you can have the strength to do this. I know it's going to be difficult, but we'll take a journey together. And throughout the time that I've been at the criminal bar, that is what I've striven to do. So please, please support this motion. It is vitally important for all those people out there in our city who don't have a voice, who are too frightened to stand up, who don't have the courage to do what my mother did and the courage that I had. They need a voice, and they need to be shown that the people in this chamber have their back. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor John Cotton to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and my sincere thanks to every member who has contributed to this debate. Thank you, Councillor Moladina, for seconding this motion, and also for making your debut speech. Congratulations on that. And indeed to all colleagues who've shared their experiences and perspectives this afternoon. I think, again, we've heard just the sheer power of personal experience and testimony. And it's a really stark reminder of how many lives are affected and hurt by domestic abuse in our city. And again, if I may, Lord Mayor, just re-emphasise the importance of people knowing that there's help available and to come forward, making use of the information that you shared when we opened this debate today. I can confirm that I'm very happy to accept both of the amendments moved by Conservative and Liberal Democrat colleagues. I believe that the content of those amendments serve to strengthen the motion that we brought forward today, and happy to accept them on that basis. There are, as I referred to in my opening remarks, some specific issues that we do continue to need to address, particularly around funding, where we know that there are issues around the availability, the long-term sustainability of some of the funding that this local authority receives to take forward all of those things that are set out in the Domestic Abuse Act and in other forms of legislation. I'd also again ask members to make sure that they do read the full report that was compiled by the Victims Commissioner, which our motion seeks to endorse and support. Indeed, a number of those recommendations within that report, particularly around the issues affecting children, can be found within the detail of that report. Issues around the child maintenance system, for instance, the impact of the welfare system, and other issues. So I'd just like to encourage members to actually read the detail of that report, because that is what we're seeking to endorse through this motion. As I also said in my opening remarks, we are undertaking this debate during the 16 days of action against gender-based violence. And I think it was important that we did that, which is why much of our motion reflects the issues around gender-based violence and abuse. But can I just make it clear to colleagues that whilst we recognise that this is a gendered crime, we do recognise that there are other victims too, and particularly male victims, and that is why this local authority has always commissioned services to support male victims and other victims of domestic abuse. We commission support for all, drawing on the needs analysis that we have of need within the city, and we will continue to do so. So with that, Lord Mayor, very happy to accept those amendments, and I just want to close by referring to the comments that Councillor Forsyth made around it has to stop, and that we all have a responsibility to make domestic abuse stop. Let us do that together around this motion and go forward and ensure that people get the help and support that they need, and we drive this most pernicious and evil of crimes out of our society and our city altogether. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor Gareth Moore and seconded by Councillor Alex Yip. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll now vote on the second amendment proposed by Councillor Mariam Jan and seconded by Councillor Izzy Knowles. Those in favour? That is carried. We'll now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? That is carried. That concludes the business of today's meeting, colleagues. May I wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year. Thank you all for attending.